Serve the Lord with gladness. Come into his presence with joyful songs. Know that the Lord is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and bless his name, for the Lord is good, and his love and devotion endures forever. His faithfulness continues to all generations. Joy, all the earth, serve the Lord with gladness. Come before him singing with a grateful heart. Know that he made us, we are his own. Enter his gates with thanks, walk in with praise. Enter his courts with joy. Call on his name. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. The Lord is good. His love endures. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. His faithfulness through every door. And keeps us. We are the sheep in the field of his care. Give thanks to him, bless his holy name. Enter his gates with thanks, walk in with praise. Enter his courts with joy. Call on his name. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. The Lord is good. Yeah, his love endures. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. His faithfulness through every For the Lord is good. His mercy stays. It lasts forever, through every age. For the Lord is good. His love won't end. His truth goes on. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. The Lord is good and good. Shout for joy. Shout. His faithfulness through every door. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. Ooh, we are his own
Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. It's day 4. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. You know what we're doing. It's day 4 of the Tyler Robinson preliminary trial hearing. And we're going to get into it. So before we jump in too far, because I got some housekeeping things we got to talk about, let's pray and let's get ready. Father, I thank you today that we have another opportunity to gather. I pray, God, that I thank you, first of all, Lord God, that this trial has been uneventful. There's been no drama, no mishaps, no shenanigans. And we thank you for that, Lord God, because we want justice for Charlie. We want the Kirk family to be made right, Lord God. And we want that to go off without a hitch. So we thank you for your justice. We thank you for what you're doing through Judge Graff, through the various attorneys. We thank you, God, for the witnesses and all that's going on, Lord, that it might honor and glorify you. We do pray also, Lord God, that you'll continue to protect and continue to guide them as they're going through this and seeking justice and wanting the right verdict to come about. So we thank you for that. And Lord, we do ask lastly, Lord God, that you will silence the mouth of Candace Owens. Lord, that you will do whatever you see fit, Lord, but that you will silence her mouth, that you will stop her shenanigans, her lies, her conspiracies, and her untruths, Lord God, that you will stop them for Christ's glory and for his sake. In Jesus' name, amen. Good people. All right, we got a busy day today. It has been a busy day here at Whitaker Park already. We've already had a whole bunch of things going on, but we're going to make it through. I'm going to let you know ahead of time at 12:30 my time, which is basically in about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. I need to go pick up President Firstborn. So I'm trying to figure out, I might just stop the stream. I'll come back. I can either stop the stream or maybe we'll just jump in and stream Andre Burkhart's or whatnot. But I do have to go pick up President Firstborn at 12:30. And then at 4 o'clock, Chief Executive Secondborn is going to work. So that's like 3:30. I got to get over there to work at 3:30. So we have to figure that part out as well. And you're probably wondering, like, well, Jason, don't the girls have a car? That's a very good point. Well, this morning, one of my cars has met an untimely delay in usage, aka it's not available. So my wife's car is not available. I have my car, of course, and the girl's car is it's in need of repair, shall we say. So I'm gonna have to go pick them up. So I'll run some errands, do some dad duties today, but hopefully it should go off without a hitch. So at 12:30, I'm gonna go pick my big girl up, and then at 3:30, I gotta take Chief Executive Secondborn to work. So we'll figure that part out. I might just tap into Andrea's stream and we'll just look at her stream for the 30 minutes while I'm running out. But that's the tentative plan for today. I did find a very interesting video. I want to say thank you to whomever sent this to me. I apologize if I did not give you credit. I want to say it was one of the moderators. I think it was Future sent it. Shout out to Future. This is a great video. If you're wondering why are they doing a preliminary hearing, if you're still a little confused about what a preliminary hearing is, why don't they do a grand jury and what's the end result of a preliminary hearing? I found a lawyer who discussed that. Her name is Rachel Smith, and she's a prosecutor. And it was very informative because it does answer a lot of the questions that we had yesterday and earlier this week. So I want to bring this in for your sake, and I will drop the link to it in the chat as well. So I don't know this channel. What's the name of this channel, Jason? The channel is East Idaho News. Shout out to them. Here, let me grab this link while I'm sitting here talking. All right, let's pull this in. Let's get going because the court starts in 30 minutes. So let's pull this in. And this is for you all. So green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Rachel, I want to ask you about the preliminary hearing. It's coming up, starts Monday for Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk in a very public arena. Many of us have seen the horrific videos of that. Baseline level, what is a preliminary hearing? How much does this matter in the grand scheme of things?
A preliminary hearing is part of our system of checks and balances. In the criminal justice system, the police make an arrest, the prosecutor evaluates that and decide, yeah, there's enough that I'm willing to take this to trial. Then that next step is an independent body. Did my computer freeze?
No, you're good. I got you.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought it did. The next step after the prosecutors is an independent body, either a grand jury or a judge reviews it for probable cause. That means, is there enough evidence to make this person go forward to trial? So a preliminary hearing is the equivalent to a grand jury hearing in those places where they don't take cases to grand jury or grand juries are very rare. So it's the same thing. It's just, do you have a grand jury doing it or do you have a judge? The preliminary hearing will have the judge. They'll listen to the available evidence. They will listen to enough evidence, but not all, to see whether there's enough to make this person actually stand trial in front of a full jury. So it's a basic part of our rights as citizens to have a system of checks and balances.
They have this scheduled for 4 days, and they have witnesses that they plan to call. This is not any burden on the defense, though, right? I mean, this solely is the prosecution.
Yes, preliminary hearings again are that review of the system, of the conduct of the police and the prosecutors, to say, is there enough evidence to make this person stand forward to full trial? At that, it is only the state's burden to go forward and show there's enough evidence to proceed to a full trial. The defense has to do nothing. I will tell you, in cases like this, though, I will be stunned if they are completely silent. That is highly unusual. I've seen it once in my 30-year career.
You know they ain't silent. We know they're not silent.
So what will likely happen is there'll be a very vigilant, very aggressive, very thorough cross-examination of the witnesses on key points, maybe some, but not everything. They will hold some stuff back. There will be a key poking at the holes to prove certain elements. And we may begin to see if there's question on somebody's mental health that could impact on their ability to understand what they did was wrong, or that could impact on their ability to kind of do it knowingly, what they call form that intent. We may see some questions, sort of test balloons out of the defense on what direction they're going to go. So state's burden, the defense will do a vigorous cross, but limited. They don't want to show all their cards. And they may do some test balloons to see what responses are on some key issues involving the defense.
As a prosecutor, how much do you give away during the preliminary hearing? We're going to hear from a few witnesses, but do you put all the meat in the preliminary hearing, and then when the trial comes, it's like, oh, we already know this? Or is it get the bare minimum done, and then come trial, wow, go all out in front of the jury?
I think, as you put it in that second part of what you said, which is most prosecutors keep preliminary hearings strictly to that probable cause. Is there enough? You certainly don't put everything out there. One, the investigation will be ongoing. It just is. There's no such thing as an investigation is done at this stage, even though it's been a while. It takes a long time to get test results and all sorts of things. So one, you can't put everything in because it's not done. Two, you don't put everything in because it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. You don't want to create a mini trial. And three, you have to worry about prejudice to both sides. If you put things out there that could impact on somebody's right to fair trial, there are courts that would agree to a change of venue. So it's not considered the best practice to put information out there that could affect either side's right to fair trial at a preliminary hearing. And given some of the rulings and some of the background on publicity, if a judge has yelled at either sides over publicity, both sides are going to be careful at the preliminary hearing on not getting accused of using it to try the case in the press.
Chad Daybell had a preliminary hearing, but Lori Vallow waived her preliminary hearing, and a lot of defendants do waive it. Well, is there a benefit in waiving it? And why, in a way, why wouldn't you waive it, just to give you a little bit more time or do you hope that the judge doesn't find that there's enough probable cause to advance the case?
On simpler cases, absolutely, you're going to want to do a preliminary hearing, because if there are any holes, poking in them early can help you get either not bound over or get a better result. That's on the lower level cases. But on cases of this nature, waiving a preliminary hearing, one, can save you from having to do a lot of work, especially if you've got private counsel who has to pay, you have to pay for it, right? But two, if you've got a strong state's case and you know it, there's really no advantage. Now, another school of thought is it's the way to get your client's defense out there. It's a way to begin to embarrass the state. It's a way to begin to poke holes and show bad investigation. It's really using the preliminary hearing not only to get your message out in front of your judge, but if it's televised or covered by reporters, it's a way of getting your message out there without violating court orders.
Yeah, well,
So-
this will be live streamed and everyone will be watching. So, right.
There are a pool of defense attorneys, and we saw a couple of those in the Chad Daybell case where that press was important to them for their narrative for their client. And we would be naive in the field to not recognize that when the public is actually watching, that is putting your narrative out there. And so there are defense attorneys who use that as part of their trial plan to get their message out early and often. It can have a chilling effect on witnesses. It can have a chilling effect on the investigation. People pay more attention when the camera's on them. So there are some strategic reasons why the defense would want to do a preliminary hearing in a case of this nature and would want to begin to plant seeds in the public for what their defense could be.
Yeah. Very helpful, Rachel. I know that many people that aren't experienced with the court system don't know what these things are. It's like hearing after hearing after hearing. Oh, is this the trial? Because there's witnesses.
Yeah.
But this is just the beginning. And well, I
Right.
don't even think we have a trial date yet set. So anything that you
can't-
want to add?
No, you can't. We can't send a trial date till there's an independent finding that this person should be made to go to trial. So,
Right.
Wow.
yeah.
Wow, sorry about
so
that.
this is a necessary step to getting a trial date and a necessary step to getting certain rights in place to protect people's constitutional rights for a fair trial. So it's good that it's here. It took a while, but it is a necessary foundation to really getting this case answered.
And I can't recall of all the preliminary hearings I've covered over 20 years. I don't think I've ever had a judge not decide at the end of the prelim right there that I do find sufficient or not. There was one time he didn't. It wasn't a thing where the judge goes and needs a few days to think about it. Have you had that though?
I have,
Okay.
especially on cases, candidly, it's on cases where there's a lot of publicity. The court is, and if there's any evidentiary rulings that are out there that could impact it, that's when they will often take, a day or a few days to think it over. So if there's, hey, they wrongfully seized my client's cell phone, or if there's some underlying issues on admissibility, which isn't truly a topic. It really isn't supposed to be a topic for a preliminary hearing, but good defense attorneys work it in. I have seen judges kind of go, you know what, there's a couple legal issues I want to research and I want to be thorough. They certainly want to show that sort of reasoned, thorough approach to the public. So they'll take a little bit of time if there are any legal issues implicated.
And let's assume that the judge does say that there is enough to advance the case. And this is a death penalty case, very, very high profile case. And so that would be next week, next Thursday at this time, July 9th. When do you think we could realistically see a trial? It probably won't be this year.
Yeah, has the state filed aggravator notice of intent to seek the death penalty? Have they filed the pleading?
I'll have to check if they filed that. I know they have said it.
Yeah,
they
and-
have. They have, because the defense argued last week that it should be removed because the prosecution talked to the media, and they said because the
Right.
prosecution gave a statement to the media, death penalty should be taken off.
Well, so just on clarification on that, because they said that doesn't mean they have actually filed notice.
Okay.
So the
I'll have to
death
check.
penalty, the death penalty is an option until they say it's not. So they have to file a specific notice of statutory aggravators.
I'll check on that.
Okay, because in those cases, I will be stunned if the case is done within 2 years from it being bound over.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
mitigation.
That's crazy.
the
2 years.
many capital litigation cases, you'll see 40 and 50 motions, written motions, all about you can't pick a jury this way, and you have to be able to turn over evidence and aggravation beyond the police report. So there's a ton of different motions that get litigated on a capital case that do not, if that notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and it has to be a formal written notice telling the public, telling the family, saying in court, we intend to do it, does not count as that legal notice of filing the death penalty and alleging what aggravators. And I don't know the timing on when they have to do that, but that's when I know it's real.
Yeah.
I don't know Utah when the rules are, when it's due. One of the states I'm helping in, you have to file that notice in Georgia before
Hey.
the person's arraigned. Like right at the beginning, near the beginning of the case, right after probable cause finding. So other states, Missouri, you have to do it within a reasonable time. It's usually done after arraignment. So there's a couple of different timing wise, but you got to do some sort of formal pleading in court that says we're seeking the death penalty.
Okay, yeah, I'll check on that. I appreciate the
Yeah,
clarification.
background. Yeah.
Anything you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, I just dropped the link to this down in the chat. I think we're going to have to come back to them pretty frequently because they have some pretty good episodes and discussions on this topic. And it's the East Idaho News. Who knew? East Idaho News. I'm just looking real quick to see if they have any others. They had some, I thought this was good. The great state of Kentucky. So I thought this was good, and we'll probably just keep checking in with them as they do little updates pertaining to this. New video shows Tyler Robinson after he turned himself in. Oh, okay. This is one of the things that came up yesterday. Let me bring this in, and then we're almost ready to start game time. So let's go ahead and get this. I'll pull this in real quick all right. So we saw this yesterday, of course. This is from KSL. All right,
And Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And
notice he has his phone with him.
although we are watching it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's working a dark colored baseball cap with I believe it's maybe the Hurley symbol on it, like a white symbol on front. It's a burgundy short sleeve shirt with no graphics. It's blue jeans and gray and white tennis shoes. I believe they're Converse style tennis shoes.
Thank you. Was Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was arrested in the early hours of September 12th, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he remain in Washington County Sheriff's Office, or was he taken somewhere else?
No, he was transported from there to the Utah County Jail.
Prior to being transported to the Utah County Jail, was any, I guess, personal property taken from him, clothing, anything like that?
The only thing that was, so prior to our arriving to the St. George, to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, his cell phone was seized and taken from his person. But that was the only thing that was taken from at that time.
After he was transported to Utah County Jail, were any personal items taken from him?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
After a search warrant was granted, his clothing was recovered, along with buccal swabs to collect his DNA and major case prints, which is fingerprints, palm prints, pretty much the entire hand. Those are all collected from him.
And sorry, you may have already stated when did he arrive in Utah County?
We arrived at the Utah County Jail about 7 a.m. on the 12th, September 12th, and he was formally booked in at about 8 a.m. of that morning, and then I was the booking officer.
What does it mean to be the booking officer?
I filled out the necessary paperwork essentially with the jail, which gives the individuals personal identification of the charges, the probable cause statement, and then it's signed and submitted to the system.
All right. I just want to make sure we hit that and gave us a little bit of an as we're going to be doing our debunking this weekend, looking at some of the shenanigans that have come out about this trial, I thought it would be good to hear that one again, because that's going to answer, of course, one of the questions that a lot of people had as it relates to when was Tyler Robinson, when was his cell phone taken away? Because, that was a big issue for a lot of the looky-loos about when did he lose his cell phone? When did his cell phone when was his cell phone confiscated? Okay, looking here on AP, they have, I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Oops, got the John Wick suit on. I have no idea who this is. Oh, man. It's Brandon Tatum in the building. It's interesting. I didn't know. Oh. There goes Nestor right there. Right. Yeah, I was.
What do you think of the conspiracy theories surrounding this case?
I would cuss, but I'm a Christian. I think the conspiracy theories surrounding this case is a bunch of hogwash. And I'm gonna tell you the biggest, most crazy conspiracy theory is that Tyler Robinson was never at the UVU campus. That is a flat out lie. That somehow he was coerced into turning himself in, even though he wasn't involved. Let me just say this, because I think it's very clear that if you don't have him named, why would he turn himself in? If he was never on campus ever, why would he voluntarily take responsibility for something he wasn't even associated with? That tells you that there's something there. And if he didn't get arrested until his parents were interviewed, that tells you that something that they said may have been developed probable cause to arrest him. So I think the conspiracy theories are out of control. It's evil, demonic, and I'm hoping that people watch this trial and get the information for themselves.
What purpose do you think the conspiracy theories serve?
Self-serving. It's self-serving. People want to fill in the gaps of what they don't know. Conspiracy theories are way sexier than what the truth is, and we all know that. That's why conspiracy theories exist. And so I think a lot of it is self-serving. If you look at social media, what's going viral right now? Conspiracy theories. Yeah, people don't want to know the truth. So people are doing this in a self-serving way that I think is ridiculous. And I'm hopeful that people that show up here or people that watch the trial go out and report the facts. You don't have to report what you feel. Report the facts that are being presented in the court of law, because this is where justice happens or justice does not happen.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, brother.
All right. So, okay, that was Brandon Tatum there. Okay, shout out to Tate Dog. All right, let me see. Was there anybody else there maybe? Let's see. I'm just scanning through. Scanning through, I don't see anybody else. And court has not started yet. They have not turned on the cameras as of yet. See, Q, there you go. Now you in the bushes. Good morning to you as well. Just in case you just popped in, shout out to everybody who's jumped into the best live chat on the internet. I'm going to let y'all know real quick at 12:30, I have to run to go pick up my big girl. At 3:30, I have to go take Chief Executive Secondborn to work. So I might just jump on Andrea's stream, send her a super chat or something, and just say, hey, sending my people over there. Y'all let me know if y'all want. We can go ahead and close it out. Just let me know either way. My goal is to come back after I drop Chief Executive Secondborn off. I will be back. So that is the goal. That is the plan. Lord willing, I'll be back in a short amount of time, and we'll just keep the stream rolling. Hopefully today will be a good day. Hey, yo, Pro John, can you please let me know how I sound? You are going to be my audio person. Let me know how I sound, yo, Pro John. So that's that at letting you know that at 3:30. Giving y'all a heads up ahead of time. And we're just outside of court. Brandon Tatum just came in, gave a nice little interview. I'll try to see if there's anybody else that's been interviewed. Who's that? I'm just scanning through y'all. I don't know who these people are. Is that Sheridan? I'm just jumping around through here. All right. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo. Appreciate you, brother. All right. I'm just jumping through to see if there's anybody else. That's a Suburban, so that's not Brandon Tatum. Let's see who's this. That's mom and dad. Shout out, bless the Kirk family. It's funny that Charlie was so tall. His mom and dad don't look that tall. Charlie was a giant. Just looking through, scanning through. And court, they got 5 minutes still on court. They haven't turned the TVs on. When you age, you shrink. Okay, that's very possible. That's fair. All I know is Charlie was tall compared to his mom and dad.
Yeah, I'll try to be here for break.
And maybe that's true. Man, I don't need to shrink anymore, though, man. I'm already not tall. I need to stay tall. As tall as I can, at least. All right, and this is Brandon Tatum. Yeah, this is Brandon Tatum.
Develop probable cause to arrest. Let me just say this because I saw a picture.
So I want you to hear when he listen to what he says when he starts. I want to see if y'all hear it.
I got it. Mr. Tatum, what do you think of the conspiracy theories surrounding this case?
I would cuss, but I'm a Christian. I think the conspiracy theories surrounding this case is a bunch of hogwash. And I'm gonna tell you the biggest, most crazy conspiracy theory is that Tyler Robinson was never at the UVU campus. That is a flat out lie. That somehow he was coerced into turning himself in, even though he wasn't involved. Let me just say this because I think it's very clear that if you don't have him named, why would he turn himself in? If he was never on campus ever, why would he voluntarily take responsibility for something he wasn't even associated with? That tells you that there's something there. And if he didn't get arrested until his parents were interviewed, that tells you that something that they said may have been developed probable cause to arrest him. So I think the conspiracy theories are out of control. It's evil, demonic, and I'm hoping that people watch this trial and get the information for themselves.
What purpose do you think the conspiracy theories serve?
Self-serving. It's self-serving. People want to fill in the gaps of what they don't know. Conspiracy theories are way sexier than what the truth is, and we all know that. That's why conspiracy theories exist. And so I think a lot of it is self-serving. If you look at social media, what's going viral right now? Conspiracy theories. Yeah, people don't want to know the truth. So people are doing this in a self-serving way that I think is ridiculous. And I'm hopeful that people that show up here or people that watch the trial go out and report the facts. You don't have to report what you feel. Report the facts that are being presented in the court of law, because this is where justice happens or justice does not happen.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, brother.
All right, I thought when the guy came up, he said, I thought he was saying, what do you think about the conspiracy theories that Candace has pushed? That's why I heard him say, but he literally said the conspiracy theories in this case. So never mind. I take it back. That's what I thought he said, but that's why I wanted to hear it again. I don't see anybody else. All right, we're just looking at police.
There was a failure of communication between he was able to move into
Man, can you imagine bringing all that stuff with you every day? That would make me miserable.
Yeah, a lot of construction around us now, which is
Okay, I'm just trying to see if I recognize any faces or anybody. I know there's some other content creators that are there. I don't know who that is with that purple bike, but I see that purple bike there every day. All right, let's jump over. Yeah, they don't have camera on yet. But just so you can see, I'm waiting for that to pop on, so that'll be on shortly, I'm sure. Oh, police scattered. Yeah, I really wish he had been more clear, but you know, I'm gonna leave him right where he is. All right, fire in the hole. All right, we got the Utah SEAL, ladies and gentlemen. Utah SEAL is in the building. Shout out to the Utah SEAL. I'm gonna mute it for the time being, though. And let me also mute this. Okay, so the police officers probably spread out because court was starting. So maybe that's why. Brandon was asked directly by the guy whose name escapes me right now on the Charlie Kirk podcast about Candace's conspiracies. And he went off about her conspiracies. So kudos for that. Yeah, shout out. Shout out. I think for a lot of people, it's too little too late as it relates to their affection toward Brandon. But I respect him, though. You know, he came around. It is what it is. So, hey, what's going on, Chrissy? How are you? Grace and peace to you. Good to see y'all. So I appreciate y'all jumping in. If you're interested, there is the, what was the name of it again, y'all? East Idaho News. They did a really good summary of what the purpose of a preliminary hearing was. I dropped the link in the chat. If the mods could just help a brother out and put it back in there, I'd really appreciate it. If you're interested in knowing a little bit more about what the preliminary, here it is right here. It's if you're interested in why we do preliminary, why they're doing a preliminary hearing, what's going to be the long tail on it, where do you see it going, when will the actual trial start, if it's bonded over to that, they do a good job of breaking it down. So we'll probably bring them in several times throughout this, and I'll make sure the link is in the description as well. The seal is very simple, but it's got that beehive in it, though. You know, it got the beehive in it. Yeah, shout out for sure. I appreciate it. Let me see. Hello, all. Andrea is not very happy with Novak. He lied to the judge about the case law. Ooh. And Erica Kurt lawyer just filed a brief exposing it. Yikes. Really? Okay. Let's see what Andrea got going on over here.
Here. Erica Kirk taking the hardline position. Everything should be open. And I like the framework through the specific interests of the victim, and the right to be present has to be meaningful. The right to observe has to be meaningful. Because I do expect that to have weight with the judge. But it doesn't get him to this kind of fundamental underlying issue with how the law has been presented to him that justified for him this we need to go through and edit out all of these details about the confession, non-confession. The thing the defense wants to have both ways. It's not the confession, but we wanted to have all of the protections of a confession that we say exist under the law as we are presenting it to you, which in fact is not really the law. What a day. So yeah, to say that I'm interested to see what's going to happen with all this, how is this going to develop, that would be a bit of an understatement. I expect we're going to get right into it as soon as they get started over there in court, because at least based on what they said yesterday, the intention is to come in first thing in the morning and play it. And so any concerns, considerations relating to playing it probably need to be vetted. And we have one memorandum, if nothing else, Erica Kirks, judge is going to want to address. So, yeah. As far as the evidence today goes, we're going to continue with Mr. Davis, Agent Davis from the Utah SBI. Expect to then proceed to Jen Faumuina to finish her part. Learned yesterday she was involved in the search of Tyler Robinson's home, his apartment. So we'll probably learn more about that. But otherwise, that's it for the state's case. That's their showing of probable cause. But we know this whole issue and the potential to be drug into a morass over what we get to see and what we don't. This is going to be a constant theme throughout the day, because we have this video interview, but then we also have the exhibits that the state is going to offer, the text chain, the Discord group chat, the note that Tyler allegedly left for Lance under his keyboard. And the defense has already told us we're going to be dealing with all of these same issues that we talked about yesterday. Arguments about violating due process rights by televising a confession. It's not a confession. We don't call it. It's not a confession, but we want all the benefits of it being a confession.
I like her
Those same things are
snarkiness.
going to apply to these exhibits.
Y'all go ahead and hit that like button. Go ahead and help a brother out. Thank you for subscribing and joining us. I appreciate y'all.
So today might be a little bit of a struggle in that respect, because we're likely to get more of the same of what we had yesterday. And so in my ideal situation, my dream world, what's happened is the media has filed a brief. They've called out, hey, this representation to you by Mr. Novak about SDs and what it requires and the per se due process violation and so forth. Yeah, that's not good law. Here's the good law. Here's what you need to be applying. And as it turns out, Judge, you've been doing it right the entire time by acknowledging you deal with these issues at jury selection. Because publicity in and of itself, us knowing about what's happening in the courtroom, is not a bad thing. It is, in fact, an extremely good thing, a highly valuable thing, and a really important thing.
Right.
For all kinds of different reasons. And so the court would educate itself, read those authorities, come to realize, oh, I've been bamboozled. I've been bamboozled. And I don't like that. I'm not happy about that. I would love to see the judge come to this realization, lay down the law, and now take a firm stand.
You tell him, Andrea. You set him straight, Andrea. Don't you put up with nothing.
I don't
put up with the
necessarily
shenanigans.
expect the judge to adopt the position that Erica Kirk is advocating for. All of it, period, full stop, no exceptions. I would love it if he did. but I don't expect him to. As an advocate, you always want everything you want, but you're not always going to get it. And I am respectful of Judge Graff's desire to be fair and to not be unfairly prejudicial to Mr. Robinson. But the case is what the case is. And we should know as much as possible about whether this case is going to go forward or not. We should be able to look at it and have conversations about, does this establish probable cause? What does that mean? Why or why not? And we should be able to talk about how this process is working. Is this the way we want criminal justice proceedings handled? Why or why not? Are there reasons why the system should change? That we should exercise our power as citizens to adopt new laws, to vote in new representatives?
Wow, she's going to laws and
What
representatives.
impediments are there? Legally, what's the structure we're already operating in that limits our ability to make changes? How can we address that? These are really critically important public issues that affect all of us. And that's exactly why we have this First Amendment right of access. So I fear a little bit this
What you afraid of, Andrea? What you afraid of?
direction that we're taking, this road that we're going down. Not because Mr. Robinson shouldn't have the right to a fair trial and a fair proceeding. Of course he should. Of course he should. There's no point in going through all of this if we weren't going to do that. Let's go amend the US Constitution and say, you know what? Let's just do bills of attainder again.
What? What is
You guys
that?
familiar with the bills of attainder?
No, what is that?
These are it's addressed in the Constitution. They're prohibited along with the ex post facto laws. Bills of attainder, though, gets less attention. It's when you would just be automatically declared guilty by act of Congress or mandate of the king, the executive, whoever, without a trial.
Oh, that's not good.
Just, you're guilty, I so declare, and imposing punishment accordingly. That's a bill of attainder. Nobody's arguing for that. Nobody's arguing for that. Yes, he should have a fair trial. But how do we even know it's fair?
That's a good question.
How do we even know it's fair? There are limits to the trust me, bro, that we can do with our
Not the
our
trust me, bro.
institutions. And I think that has to be taken into account. We are not in 1965 anymore, pre-Vietnam. Significantly higher public trust in the institutions in 1965. Walter Cronkite was everybody's trusted source of information every night on the air. We live in such a different world now. We've seen too much. We've been too betrayed. Our government has worked against us, lied to us about it. Our press has helped them cover it up. And I think it's a mistake to not take that into account. Those potential cultural shifts that are so strongly related to why it's so important for us to be able to watch court. Because what you could get away with in 1965 and still maintain the public trust, you can't get away with in 2026
That's a good
and
point.
still maintain the public trust. We are a far more cynical, far more black-pilled, far more skeptical people than we used to be. We don't take other people's word for it anymore. We need to see for ourselves.
Yeah, for some reason or another, shout out to Andrea. I love Andrea's approach today. Some reason or another, court is starting real slow. They're on the seal. They haven't
Looking
started.
Forward to getting back to Ms. Falmuina, Agent Falmuina. I liked her so much. Everything I like in a cop. Knee-jerk reaction, obviously, because we've barely seen her at all. But I like her. Ready to see more. Give me half a second here. I'm going to just go ahead since we are waiting for court. They are a little delayed. In their,
Yeah, you know, there's something
start.
going on. You know, there's some shenanigans
Started.
going on.
I'm just going to go ahead
Over
and
there.
take another quick look at the exchange.
Hold on real quick while we. All right, you know something must be going on. Something's going on. We know that. There's always goodies. All right. All right. So anyway, we know that's going on. So we're going to prayerfully, it's good, whatever's happening, but something's happening. Usually when this happens like this, there's some reason why. Anyway, shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Good to see y'all. Thank you so much for popping in. Shout out to David Penn. Everybody put David Penn in the chat. Go ahead and put Dave Penn. We want to let him know, man, we appreciate his mama having him. Dave Penn in the building. All right. Shout out to Novak. Must be saying something. He might be. He might be. Shout out to him. Y'all let him know, man. Make sure we use good language though now, David. Come on now. We gotta be mature over here. We're not children over here. Y'all let David Penn know. He might be a furry. He could be. Y'all let him know that we appreciate him coming up in here, driving up the views and engagement on the best live chat on the internet. Shout out to you, David. Thank you so much. Prayerfully, your SSRI subscription will be coming in the mail today, so you can get that what you need. Maybe you need some coffee. He might need a little bit of coffee. That's possible. Oh, man, shout out for sure. Thank y'all so much, everybody who's jumped up in here this morning. Let them know, hey, man, look, Davey, we come over here, man. It's like cheers up in here. Everybody knows your name, man, and they're oh so glad that you leave. All right, he needs a hug. Y'all give David a hug by typing his name up in there. What's going on? Put Dave Penn in the chat. If you get up in here, just say, Dave Penn, what is going on with you? Anyway, we got a Cantifa member up here. We always make sure here, Cantifa members, they always get premium seating, so they always come up here to the front of the church. We always keep a seat for you all. And that's such like that. So please, thank you so much, Dave Penn. I appreciate you, man. I guess Dave Penn knows, man. He knows. Because his mama was there. That's why. His mama was the one that did it. Did Jason just say that? He did say that, man. Mama was there. Y'all, that boy said, that boy mama. Yo, it's too early in the morning for this foolishness, Jason. Look, I got to put my own self in timeout. He said David Penn's mama did it. What the heck is wrong with him? Yo, shout out to David Penn, man. Your mama did it. I know, man. We got to, y'all, I need to get myself, I'm putting myself in timeout. I'll be right back. Oh, man, Dave Penn left the building? Oh, don't leave the building, Dave Penn. I'm having so much fun. I have so many sights to show you. Oh, man, don't leave yet. Don't be afraid. Charlie's family is there. Erica Kurt is there, as far as I know. So we're definitely praying for them that all goes well today. There it is. Anyway, oh, my mom? Not my mom. I know my mom wasn't there. I can tell you that. That I can say emphatically. All right, the cameras are live, people. Camera's moving. Let's see what we got. They're checking the lights. And now they're checking the seal again. All right, never mind. I guess we got too excited. My bad. Naperville, Illinois. I am from Aurora. Shout out to my Naperville people. What's going on out there in the Fox Valley? Shout out. Kia, I see y'all out there. What's going on out there in the land of Lincoln? Look, today will be 90 degrees. This will be the 8th consecutive day here in Georgia, 90 plus degrees, which is kind of crazy. Now, we've had more summers than that, but it just seems hot for no reason. Like, why are you so hot? Why is it so hot? And we ain't even into August yet. Good morning to all my good people. So we're just waiting. Let's jump back over and see what Andrea's got going on. What is Andrea doing? What is my boot thing Andrea doing? All right, what we got here?
Definitely older than the McRib. Don't think I'm older than the others. I certainly remember chicken nuggets as long as I've been alive, but hard for me to say. We weren't. I had that kind of childhood where, you know, McDonald's was a special occasion thing.
Yes, come
You
on.
would go there for your birthday parties. and
Yes.
Wasn't,
I had my 6th
wasn't
birthday
an
there.
everyday thing, so didn't get a ton of McDonald's. Don't necessarily remember timeline of all that.
Shout out to Graham is there.
I
Shout
like
out to
this-
him.
I like this age scale. How old are you, really? Oh, Animals Over Human wanted to know, will we have the pleasure of nightly recaps tonight and Friday? That is the plan. I've been waiting to put up the second daily stream until we're at least like kind of underway with the first one, because there's just a risk of confusion when I've got 2 pending lives on the channel.
Right.
People click on the wrong one, you know, or the algorithm serves them up the wrong one and they like really wanted to watch the live, but you know, they're sitting there waiting in the recap and stuff like that. So I realize, you know, maybe that's minimal, but I do want to make it as easy as possible to follow our coverage here. So that's kind of my thought process behind why I'm not putting the stream links up, you know, like way ahead of
Shay.
time, just to try to keep it easier. But that is my intention, to come through and recap tonight and tomorrow as well. Willow's Angel, anyone greeting to you from California? You are doing an amazing job. Thank you. Thank you so much. Willow's Angel, I am looking forward to coming back down to California in the coming weeks to collect myself a nice pile of trial exhibits, which the court properly recognized. Yeah, I have a First Amendment right to have, to see and to share and to publish and to talk about what they show and how they relate to the choices of the parties to make use of this public resource for dispute resolution that we provide in our court system. That one's a civil case, family case.
What are you talking about, Andrea? What case are you talking about?
Yeah, the First Amendment isn't just about monitoring what the courts are doing. It's about what the parties are doing too. Are they making good use of this public resource that we fund and provide? It's another thing we get to talk about. Do we need to maybe do things to make it a little harder to abuse the system? What might that look like? We might be having some of those conversations in the coming days. Willow's Angels, I think you did this twice.
Shout out to
so
Willows.
much for your greeting. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate your support. Appreciate you being here.
All right,
User,
I'm looking. Let's see real
with
quick.
numbers. Rideau issues can be dealt with in jury selection. This has been the constant theme throughout all of this this jurisprudence, is that jury selection is where you deal with these things. That is the mechanism that we have in place. So that's why we don't gag the press. That's why we don't have prior restraints. That's why we don't have per se rules that you can't have cameras in courtrooms. No per se rules about, being able to display exhibits in open court.
Interesting. All right, so
Chandler's made the point that has been.
all right, shout out to Andrea. I appreciate her. Okay, it looks like they're moving again. We're gonna try again. We're gonna try again, y'all. All right. Why did somebody say they were cutting? Just got done. You just got done cutting grass. Thank you, Dame Biggie. Wait, just got done mowing the lawn here in Louisiana. Like, wait, the sun just came up. You out there cutting the grass in the dark? What's going on? I probably wouldn't do it. I probably would do it too. I ain't mad at you. All right. It looks like they're getting ready. I love Andrea. Andrea is fantastic. I agree. Yeah, they do not have a grand jury system. You are correct. And we watched the video earlier today that kind of explained it. Wait, what is going on again? Oh, man, stop playing with our emotions over here. The cameraman fell. He was checking the lights. He wanted to make sure the lights were good. I have no idea what's taking them so long. So they're 20 minutes. So you know something had to be going on. Something had to be going on. Something. They're wrangling about something. Maybe Tyler Robinson just came in and just said, hey, look, I'm guilty. I want to plead guilty, throw myself at the mercy of the court. That would be great. That would be amazing. Dame, I think that's it. But something else I'm realizing, because someone mentioned it, that it's clear that Erica Kurt and the state want to be as transparent as possible. And that's why they want every little piece of evidence brought out and shown and shared and made available, which I think is excellent because that shines the light on all the conspiracies. Like if Erica had something to hide, if Erica had something that she didn't want shown, if Erica was trying to be duplicitous, guess what? She wouldn't be out here saying, no, show everything, put everything out there. She wouldn't be doing that. She would be okay with stuff being hidden, stuff not being shared, so on and so forth. So that is going to fly in the face of a lot of the conspiracies, AKA the Cantifa cult, that guess what? Yeah, y'all got snookered. Y'all sat there listening to that crazy lady and she got y'all tricked. Yes, because Erica is being tormented by Candace and her protest and her podcasters. You're 100% correct. Could be a closed door talk between the lawyers and the judge. Right. Absolutely could be. The judge is speaking to his children. Defense and prosecution telling Novak not to fool him with wrong laws. Ooh. I hope they do that in front of court, though. I want to hear that. I hope the delay means that we get to hear all of the video, not at least more. I'm sorry, or at least more of it. I agree. That's probably what it is. More times than not, Taven. That's probably exactly what you're talking. What it is. Sorry, button is sending right. Okay. Y'all, David is back. Oh, shout out to David Penn. Y'all put David Penn in the chat. Let him know we appreciate him. Go on, keep driving up that engagement on the chat, brother. Thank you so much. Everybody just put Dave Penn in the chat. Let him know we appreciate him, man. Y'all put David Penn in the chat, please. Go ahead. Flood the chat with his name. Let him know we appreciate him. It's kind of like Cheers up in here. Everybody knows your name, and we kind of wish you never did come. But, hey, shout out to him for sure. We want Dave Penn to get saved. We want Dave Penn to be converted. Let's go. He's back again. Shout out. He probably went and got his SSRI prescription that was at the doorstep. Shout out to David Penn. Yeah, see, that's how you know when somebody says you worship the devil because you're trying to be obedient to the Bible. That's how you know that person themselves is lost. That's how you know it. Oh, we're just driving up engagement in the chat. That's all. That's all we're doing. Yo, they are still MIA, so you know something is good is going on. Let's go check out Andrea real quick while we're waiting.
From the courthouse. But then the question becomes, how far-reaching is that particular holding? You say criminal trials, okay, but what about pre-trial processes? What about the non-substantive parts of the trial? So the first time this came up, jury selection, that was Press Enterprise 1. And they said, yeah, it's important, critical for us to be able to see that, to know how the people who are going to decide the case are being vetted. That's part of us being assured that this is a fair and just process. Then in Press Enterprise 2, they came back about our access to the preliminary hearing. So the public had been excluded from the preliminary hearing in that case. So then the media wanted the transcript. Court wasn't giving it to them. Went all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. U.S. Supreme Court said, yeah. Had a lot to say about why it is just as important for the public.
All right, fire in the hole, y'all.
The preliminary hearing as it
I
is
think they
to be
stopped
able
playing
to
with our
see the
emotions.
trial.
Here we go. Here we go. We're good now. That's probably, you know what? It's probably the video, getting the video ready. That's a good point.
Good morning. Thank you for the party's patience. Court is now in session. Calling case number 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Chad Grunander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill, Chris Ballard. For the state, County Attorney Jeff Gray also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, and Stacy Visser here for Mr. Robinson, who's seated at council table.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. And for the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Sorry. Good morning, Ms. Kirk. All right, as you've probably come to expect, I do need to read the following as it relates to today's preliminary hearing. The court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who may be present. The court is also mindful of its duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. And this prohibition does not apply to legal counsel and support staff for the defense or the state or the media in this manner, or the equipment permitted under any electronic controlling electronic media coverage order, and includes the counsel for victim representative Ms. Kirk. I do ask the parties, the attorneys, if you will join me in turning off your ringer to ensure that we do not have any interruptions. So I am turning off my ringer, and I invite you to do the same. Every person who is in attendance today and every day will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them. And pursuant to the standing decorum order by the court, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. Spectators shall not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case or to the status of this case as a capital offense. All right. As we begin this morning, I wish to, I've taken a lot of time to think about the comments made by the parties yesterday, and there were additional briefings and a motion filed last night, and the court took the necessary time to readdress it and look at it and be prepared for this morning's proceedings. While I recognize especially how precious our time is, I also recognize that I need to be prepared for everything that's before me. And I took the time this morning to review what was filed since we adjourned yesterday until we came back on record. One of the motions filed last night was filed by Ms. Erica Kirk's attorney, and I wish to address that. And I realize that the parties may not have had a chance for defense or prosecution had a chance to respond to that. And before I address that, I wish to turn the time to you if you need the benefit of the record as it relates to what was filed by the attorney for victim representative Erica Kirk to the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Ballard on behalf of the state. We have reviewed that filing, and we believe that it fully accords with our position in our filing this morning that publishing exhibits to the courtroom is entirely appropriate and indeed honors the victim representative's right to be present in at this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. To defense, Mr. Novak.
Oh, not Novak.
I read the pleading. I believe that every order that this court has made to date complies with and respects the victim's rights under the Utah Constitution. I think that the rulings that the court has made the last few days do so. And I don't believe that the issues that are presently before the court going forward with the hearing with respect to exhibits in what I'll just call the 16 series interfere with any of the enumerated rights set forth in the Utah Constitution concerning the rights of a victim representative in any criminal proceeding. So that's our position. And I want to also be very mindful of timing issues because we spent a lot of time arguing without the court having the benefit of briefing yesterday. But we have witnesses we have to get to, including a defense witness who is not available after tonight. So I could, of course, as Your Honor knows, say much more.
No, don't say nothing
but the court
else.
has all the briefing, and I think we should move forward.
Thank you. And as it relates to transparency and publication, does the news media wish to be heard on this issue?
No, nobody wants to. Oh, gosh.
Only briefly, Your Honor. I've also reviewed the submission from yesterday. The court has always set this three-step process. And I think taking each of those stages, admissibility, publication to the courtroom, and coverage by the in-court cameras are three separate inquiries. Of course, the media believes the media will be the party who stands here at this lectern and says, we believe we should see as much as possible. We're maximalist in that way, while recognizing the importance of protecting all the rights, including fair trial rights. But the idea of publishing something, of keeping something off of the cameras at the rear of the courtroom, but publishing it to those who are present here also is a meaningful step towards transparency. And to the extent that the court is not comfortable with placing something on the video feed, the media does believe that allowing the media representatives who are here and the members of the public who are here to view that, even if those watching on the live stream cannot, is a meaningful victory for transparency, and we of course support that.
Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, the state would like to be heard on the briefing, briefly,
For,
the briefing that was submitted last night.
all right, so I want to address the motion filed by the attorney for the victim representative, and then we'll transition to that. I'm just trying to do it incrementally so we can get it all addressed. So in regards to that, and I appreciate the position of the parties, it is important for me to hear all sides. Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution recognizes important rights afforded to victims and victims' representatives, including the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and the right to be present and heard at critical stages of the proceedings. The court acknowledges the concerns raised in the motion regarding transparency and the ability to meaningfully observe the evidence presented during this hearing. At the same time, the court has an independent obligation to manage these proceedings in a manner that safeguards the rights of all parties. That includes honoring the rights of victims and victims' representatives while preserving the defendant's constitutional rights, including the right to a fair and impartial process. The court has considered the request that exhibits be displayed in real time to the courtroom. After careful consideration, the court determines that not all exhibits will be visually displayed to the gallery, and notes that it will use a tiered method as described. First, whether it will be admitted to the court for consideration as it relates to probable cause. Second, whether it will be displayed only to the gallery. And third, if it will be published through the camera to the public at large. This ruling is not intended to diminish the significance of the victim's representative rights or concerns. Rather, it reflects the court's responsibility to regulate the presentation of evidence in a manner consistent with the integrity of the proceedings and the fair trial rights implicated in this manner. The manner in which evidence is displayed remains in the court's discretion. That discretion must be exercised in a manner that is appropriate and appropriately balances Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights, Ms. Kirk's rights as a victim representative, and the court's obligation to conduct the proceedings that are fair, orderly, and appropriately transparent. Transparency is an important principle, but it must be maintained in a manner consistent with the constitutional rights and protections afforded to all parties.
Okay, I got to ask a quick question. I got to ask a question. I apologize. When somebody's spouse is deleted and the remaining spouse is a widow or a widower, are they still considered married? Why is he calling her Ms. Kirk? I don't know why he's doing that. I don't understand why. Is there something? I see a lot of you all saying it too, so it's clearly not just me. I thought she was married. So because she's married, even though her husband is passed on, she's still considered Mrs. Kirk until further notice, right? Is that, which one is it? I'm really asking a question. Yes, she's still married, right? Is he being politically correct? Is that what that is? Oh, okay, Kay, can I ask a question? Please understand, I'm only asking because I really, truly don't understand. Did you decide to be considered Ms., or was it like hoisted upon you? I'm just trying to understand. Ms. is just being PC. Okay. And I really hope that this doesn't sound like I'm being crass about this. I just don't get it. Like, why are you not calling her Mrs. Kirk? Because to me, I think that feeds into, the whole, the stupid stuff that Cantifa's doing, calling her by her maiden name. To me, that's what it does. And I might be wrong, and I could be wrong. She's still married. Should be Mrs. On taxes, I'm widowed. Okay. And so it was hoisted upon you. So I'm assuming your last name is still your married last name. This is bothering me. I don't like this. I really don't. She never got divorced, right? She's still married. Like, I don't understand why they're calling her that. And again, I'm not trying to be insensitive, and you all, if you think I'm being insensitive, please, 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 please. I'm not trying to be insensitive. Oh, that could be it too. Maybe that's it. Because then there would be two Mrs. Kirks in the room. Okay. That could be, okay. Now that one I didn't think about. Her mother-in-law is in the room, and her mother-in-law is married, and the dad is there, and she's Mrs. Kirk. So this would be, maybe that's it. I don't know. Oh my gosh, this is okay. Let's get back to the thing, Jason. Okay, I don't think he's doing it out of maliciousness. I just don't understand why. I don't understand. What do y'all think about the Mrs. Mrs. Appropriate? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's because mom is there. Like if I passed away, and God forbid this was my wife and my mom had to deal with this. My mom is divorced, but my mom is divorced, but she's still Mama Witt, and then my wife would be Mrs. Witt. Right. Okay. Maybe that's it. I don't think it matters. It just seems kind of crass. I don't know. It just seems like I call her Mrs. It's her name. People get uncomfortable about widowhood. I have to admit, I don't know a ton of widows, so I'm not like the most versed in it. It just seems odd to call her Ms. Kirk, but maybe it's because mom is there, and Mrs. Kirk is the senior mom, and Ms. Kirk is Erica. That might be it. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank y'all.
The court does not make a blanket ruling as it relates to any exhibit, and as previously stated, each exhibit will be afforded its own due in weighing whether it shall be published to the courtroom or beyond or not. And that concludes the court's ruling on that motion. All right, counsel, the last matter, as it relates to the briefing, I'll hear that, and there is a slight edit to, and I'm not sure when the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 16. So turning to the state, do you wish to be heard about the motions filed last night prior to the publication of Exhibit 16? Again, it's your choice on how you move forward. I just want to see which order you want to go.
We do want to be heard on the briefing from last night, and specifically about Exhibit 16. I'm understanding Your Honor has an additional edit to that. Is that correct?
I do, and there might be value in hearing that, so that may or may not change your positions. So let me just put that on the record, and then I'll hear from you. I just want to make sure you're able to be afforded everything. So as it relates to the edits, last night, I believe it was between 6 minutes and 57 seconds and 20 minutes and 29 seconds, which is not to be played, and then 32 minutes and 55 seconds to 35 minutes and 47 seconds, which is not to be played. And I believe that what I received reflects that. And is that the understanding of the parties? Yes. All right, the state has said yes to the defense. I'm not saying if you agree with it, I'm just saying, does it reflect the timestamps?
May I have a moment?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Judge. I think, Your Honor, and then let's just see what the court is referring to.
Well, I'm asking, did you receive a copy of the edited video?
Okay, so I'll answer that question directly. The state sent us a copy of the edited video. The redactions of the audio were exactly as the court ordered, but we noticed that the video, which followed, ended up being inconsistent with the redactions of the audio. So I brought that to the state's attention last night. I believe that they ultimately forwarded to the court what I'll call version 2 of the redactions, which redacts the video that would have made the audio redactions sort of superfluous or ineffective. So that's sort of where we are. But we may be not communicating with each other about the same issue, I'm not sure.
Well, okay, I just want to make sure that in regards to what was to be cut out comports with those timestamps I just gave.
It does, plus the parties believe that additional video needed to be cut out to match the court's intentions with respect to the audio.
Right, and this is where I'm going to next. Mr. Ballard?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we're on the same page. We did, in conjunction with discussions with the defense, first of all, we prepared the redacted video as Your Honor ordered. Then after discussing with the defense, we prepared a second version that still maintained the audio redactions as the court ordered, but we took out the video portions that the defense brought to our attention.
All right, and I didn't see that, but here, and this is the court's own independent finding after spending significant time last night reviewing it. So I'm requesting a video-only redaction between 20 minutes and 29 seconds and 25 minutes and 23 seconds. And so what I looked at was what was on screen. So any video showing anything other than Mr. McBride and Lance Twiggs was to be redacted, with the exception of the screenshots of the images pulled from the surveillance video and the FBI bulletin, which I believe was also briefly displayed.
I think we're all on the same page, based on what the court just said.
Your Honor, I think we have just a 1 second difference. Our timestamp is 2522 of the additional edited version, but I think it still omits the video portion that we're discussing.
All right, well, it's a good day when we are literally on the same page. I'm glad that within 1 second, we are all in agreement about this. So that the court, and it sounds like you're one step ahead of the court. I was going to say that if you had it, you simply turn off the monitor for that section. But if you've already made that change, then all the better. There are 2 additional changes as well. And this is very short, and so I'll leave it to the state. If you wish to just in real time pause and fast forward, or wish to redact it, I'll leave it to you. So the additional requested audio and visual redaction, so this is not to be played whatsoever, is 27 minutes, 18 seconds to 27 minutes and 25 seconds. And the second is 28 minutes and 11 seconds to 28 minutes and 18 seconds.
Your Honor, just to make sure that we've got that correct, the additional redactions would be 27 minutes and 18 seconds to 27 minutes and 25 seconds.
Correct for the first one.
And then 28 minutes and 11 seconds to 28 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yes.
And Your Honor, while we're talking about additional redactions, let me approach. When Your Honor made his ruling yesterday afternoon, it wasn't entirely clear the basis for these redactions that the court proposed. The state's understanding was that those additional redactions were based on the potential that the video 1102 would be showing duplicative evidence and would be displaying evidence that would be duplicative of future exhibits, and then also potentially a concern about admissions by the defendant. Portions that the court has ordered to be redacted do not have any of those concerns as far as the state's view of that evidence. And I would like to be able to point the court to those. We've got 2 brief portions that we believe don't implicate those concerns and should not be redacted.
All right.
Does Your Honor have the transcript?
I do.
In front of you? Okay. First of all, at the very, very bottom of page 10, beginning with the words, "was he," and then over to page 11, down to timestamp 1646. That portion is not cumulative of additional exhibits, and it contains nothing that could be classified as an admission by the defendant. That's the first portion.
So going back to page 10, I don't see "was he" at the bottom. Where are you? How many lines?
I'm absolutely 100% positive that this trial is meant to make me say, take the wheel, Jesus. Just take the wheel. Didn't we do this yesterday? Did we not do this yesterday? Take the wheel, Lord. Take the wheel. Did we not do this yesterday? Wrangling about words? Good night. Did we not do the? Maybe I'm hallucinating. Maybe I'm tripping. Am I tripping? Did we not do this yesterday? Good gracious, man! It's like Groundhog's Day. We're back on ground. Come on, man, DJW. Yeah, this is some horse trading. But I'm like, my gosh, like I know good and well what they're talking about. You know what they're talking about. They're talking about 3 words. 0.2 of a second. I'm sorry. This is playing into the defense. The defense wants to waste time. I'm sorry. I don't look. And he wants to do all the homework. All the homework is done on camera in class. Oh gosh, what is Novak? Y'all know Novak saying something foolish. Good night.
Totally transparent with the court, of course, that was not a section that we asked the government to agree to redact. That is a section that the court independently determined was appropriate for redaction under the various principles that the court has enunciated. So I just want to be transparent about that.
Thank you.
The second portion that Mr. Ballard addressed, which is on page 19, we did suggest, and it is in our highlighted redacted transcript, and the court agreed with us. This is not relevant.
It is so serendipitous that the last thing he said was, "This is not relevant." No, I understand what they're doing. I understand this is very important and it's such of that nature. But my goodness, in the morning, how in the world are we still talking about this? We were literally, Novak is that special one that all judges hate seeing. I guarantee you. My goodness, in the morning, Your Honor, this is what happened to my homework. This is like, I was there, the homework was on my desk, and then it just disappeared. I don't know what happened to it, Your Honor. It's gone. I don't know. It's just gone. But I did have a great lunch today, and I did sleep at a La Quinta Inn. Like, what are we doing? Oh my gosh. The judge doesn't need to determine what's admissible. My dog ate my homework. Like, good gracious, man. I thought he was coming in to make the ruling. I really think that we were there. No, the dog deleted his homework. We're in a new century, so it's not, we're not in old school. The dog didn't eat your homework. The dog Control-Alt deleted my homework. The dog ate my thumb drive. Something like that. We got to step the game up. The dog ain't just eating homework in 2026. Oh gosh, what is this?
Mr. Twiggs was represented during this statement. His counsel knew that this was being prepared to be produced in court, and his counsel made no objections to this part
That's probably what it is, yeah.
of the interview. And this is critically relevant. It provides important foundational information about Mr. Twiggs, and
there we go. That's
identifying information about him. And then also it's very relevant to the enhancement that we have charged.
All right.
Oh, the enhancement.
Thank you. Anything further before the court rules on these 2 requests? All right.
No, let's go. Rule on.
Reviewing the first section, again, citing to page 10. And I know it's, to anyone listening, this may not make sense when I'm saying page 10, but it's roughly.
At least you know that.
Just a few seconds after 1539 on the video, starting with was he,
Just rule it.
and ending at 1646, with the last word asking. After hearing and considering what has been argued, the court agrees that this, in applying a balancing test and as it relates to transparency, to ensure the court is taking a very narrow approach in what is or is not published to the public, that this is permissible. It doesn't run afoul of the issues that the court addressed previously, that the court is trying to avoid by publishing portions. And in addition to that, independently of the court's decision-making, it appears that the parties also agree as it relates to the first requested edit to unredact or to allow in. So I am ruling that that may be played and published through all mediums in the courtroom and via video. Turning to the second section, this is page 19. It is roughly right after 3327, going to just before 3340.
Sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, what we asked was just before 3307.
3307?
Correct, yeah.
Take the wheel,
Yes.
Lord. Please take the wheel, Jesus. Please.
Right after 3255, where
All right.
Mr. McBride states, okay.
I see, thank you. Let me just take a quick second to review this. In relation to that request from right after 3255, starting with okay, is that the spot you're talking about, Mr. Ballard?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And specifically to 3327, the court stands by its original ruling. That is not, there are several reasons why the court, the court's ruling isn't whether it's relevant or not. It's whether it should be published or not. And again, as previously stated, the entirety of Exhibit 16, the court is receiving without any redactions or edits. The court is considering it as it weighs probable cause. However, for publication, the court finds that the requested section from roughly after 3255, starting with okay, ending at 3327 is.
Okay, everybody, I know y'all are loving the horse trading. I know you guys are just absolutely chomping at the bit to hear all this wrangling about what sentence is going to pass through, what sentence, what second he's going to allow to get in. I have to go pick up my big girl from her appointment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap into Andrea's stream and y'all hang out over there. I will be back shortly, and then we will get back to it. So I do apologize for that, but thank y'all so much. Andre's in the exact same spot, so we're right there. I mean, they're literally talking about 30 seconds. They're not talking about much. I don't know how much confession happens in 30 seconds. I guess we'll find out. But this is crazy work. So let me get over there and pick up my big girl. Here it is, everybody. I'll see you all real soon. Oh, I got to unmute it.
Till just before 3340. I'm sorry, up to 3340 may be published. Did that notation make sense?
Did to the state, Your Honor.
All right, to defense.
Understood.
And so this is the appropriate balancing of being transparent while at the same time maintaining the constitutional rights or balancing the constitutional rights of all parties and what is appropriate for publication. And this may be published not only to the gallery, but to the media as well, that goes beyond the gallery itself. All right. Anything further on State's Exhibit 16?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And I note defense is nodding their head as well and not indicating any more is needed to be discussed at this point. All right. I think we've put State's Exhibit 16, we've addressed it Turning to the state.
Thank you, Your
Wonder,
Honor.
Chandler.
We would just like to briefly emphasize a few points in the briefing that we filed early this morning. Last night, the defense raised the issue of publishing admissions by the defendant or confessions. They cited to one sentence from the United States Supreme Court opinion in Estes versus Texas that relies on the Rideau versus Louisiana case. And that one sentence in Estes has no precedential value on the issue that's before the court today. Estes cited to the dissenting opinion in Rideau, which is very curious because that dissenting opinion, Rideau was a change of venue case.
Yes.
And what the dissenting opinion held is that the court properly refused to change venue in that case, even though the defendant's confession had been televised multiple times. So it's puzzling that that's what the Estes court would rely on as supposedly constructing some kind of rule about publishing a defendant's admissions. In addition to that, Estes has no analysis of that point from Rideau. Again, it's just one sentence. And Estes itself was a case about televising a trial. It wasn't about pretrial publicity of a defendant's admission or confession. And as we noted in the brief, subsequently, the Supreme Court has limited, although it hasn't expressly overruled Estes, it's limited that case to its very narrow facts. So it's difficult to see what precedential value that one sentence from Rideau could have on this issue before the court. Even if it could have some applicability here, the circumstances in Rideau are starkly different from the circumstances here, the statements, the types of statements from defendant that we're talking about. In Rideau, what the police did was orchestrated a recording of an uncounseled, unmirandized police interrogation. The police recorded that interrogation. It was leading questions. They recorded the defendant answering those leading questions. And then they immediately, it was the police that immediately released that recording to the press, who then publicized and televised that. The defendant confessing to police, answering the police's questions. That's not the types of statements that we're dealing with in this case. What we're dealing with are statements that defendant voluntarily made to close friends and associates of him and his roommate. Sorry, just one other point about Rideau and that dissenting opinion. It's interesting that in that dissenting opinion, that judge that the court relied on in Estes continued on in his opinion and said it's an impossible standard to require that a trial court be a laboratory that's completely sterilized and free from any external factors. So again, it's hard to see how Rideau has any precedential value, and even if it did, the circumstances are completely different than from the types of statements that we're dealing with here. The state has also cited to several other courts that have easily distinguished Rideau and have made it clear that there is no blanket ban on publishing, especially just in court, a defendant's voluntary admissions. I think the most interesting case is the Sixth Circuit case because there it dealt with essentially the issue that we're dealing with here, which is publication of a defendant's statements during a preliminary hearing. And that case is especially important, the DeLeslie case, because there that confession was ultimately held to be inadmissible. So an inadmissible confession was played to the public and interested media members so that in a way that it had, as if it had been played in a preliminary hearing. And even though that confession was subsequently publicized and ultimately held to be inadmissible at trial, the court did not hold that that was a violation of the defendant's fundamental rights there, that the court could deal with that through voir dire. It was not inherently prejudicial. And then the state has also cited to the Ohio case of Mamon, and then also the Alabama case, Burgess versus State, where those courts reached essentially the same holdings, easily distinguishing the Rideau sentence from Estes and making it clear that there's no blanket ban on publishing a defendant's admissions, and also that Rideau is easily distinguishable. And the court, because the court can deal with those pretrial publicity issues in the way that we've discussed several times already through the tools that the court has available in selecting the jury. I think it's also important to point out that transparency is critical in this case. This court's noted repeatedly the extensive media coverage. That's why we're having to take this additional time in these hearings to be able to discuss these issues. And transparency is critical to the state's right and the people's right to a fair trial. Where there's a vacuum in the evidence, it just fuels speculation. And then finally, as has already been argued, it's critical to the victim's right to be able to attend the hearing. That's a hollow promise if the victim representative is only able to be here physically, but then is shielded from some of the evidence. Does the court have any questions?
No, not this time.
He didn't say Chandler, but he referred to it subsequent.
Thank you, Your Honor. The parallel between Mr. Robinson's case and the Rideau case is this. Mr. Rideau's confession was televised by an act of the state. It wasn't a confession broadcast through a courtroom. It was a confession made to law enforcement and then broadcast by action of the state. And that's what gives rise to the constitutional problem, which is its state action, which violated Mr. Rideau's right to a fair trial. This court has granted the media's request to electronically publish this entire proceeding. That's state action. And the state has supported the media's request over Mr. Robinson's objection. So that is also state action. So that's the parallel. If there were no cameras in this courtroom,
Oh, Lord.
we would not have a problem. And in fact, Ms. Kirk's attorney's briefing seeks a remedy which has nothing to do with the cameras in the courtroom. What Ms. Kirk's counsel seeks is the opportunity for people in the courtroom to see the evidence. So the state is going even further than Ms. Kirk's counsel. The state wants to publish what it calls confessions in the same way, essentially, that the state published Mr. Rideau's confession. Now, the only other thing I want to talk about is that Mr. Ballard's correct that the blanket rule that there is unrebuttable prejudice that's stated in Rideau We could talk about why dissenting judges say, oh my God, the court has established a rule and I don't like it. That's what's going on there. But it was in the Skilling case, Supreme Court decision in 2010, where the court said, yes, we really are going to let judges decide whether potential juror exposure to pretrial publicity makes them makes them unable to serve. But there is an extreme case. That's not my language. That's the Supreme Court's language in Skilling. There are extreme cases of pretrial publicity where prejudice is going to be presumed. And so that's obviously about what has to be proven in terms of the prejudice. But when it's an extreme case, what the Supreme Court is saying in Skilling is there's a presumption. And I believe that this court has already made findings over the last 9 months that this is an extreme case with respect to the quantum of pretrial publicity, the way in which it's being monitored by the public, the speed with which these proceedings, even this week, are being dissected and broadcast through all of the technology channels that we have. So it's our view that this is the extreme case that the Supreme Court talked about in Skilling. We wouldn't have any state action giving rise to this problem if we didn't have cameras in the courtroom. And that's why we think that exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 need to be managed in the way we've asserted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, Mr. Novak's misrepresented the state's position. We're not going beyond what the victim representative has asked for. As we made clear in our briefing this morning, that we filed this morning, we are asking that these exhibits, unredacted, be published in the courtroom. Not electronically, but they be published in the courtroom. It's not the camera in the courtroom that's the problem. The issue here is the public's right. This is a public hearing. The court's ruled that it's a public hearing. Kearns Tribune recognizes that preliminary hearings are public, and the public that is here in this courtroom should be able to see the exhibits that are admitted and that the court is going to rely
why not
on.
us?
And that is even more important to the victim representative's right to be able to be present and to observe these proceedings.
Why not us? Why don't we matter?
Thank you.
Why don't we matter, Mr. Ballard? Media lawyer, get up there. We matter.
All right, Counsel.
We matter. Remind him that we matter. Thank
Your
you,
Honor,
sir.
if I may, I'll be brief. I want to begin by saying thank you to both the parties, to the state, to the defense, to the court. Today, the time that's being taken today and the nimbleness that's required to talk about things like the transcript in open court is a challenge. I recognize that it presents difficulties and that it takes time. And I want to begin by thanking both the parties and the court for taking the time to do that. It's important to the public, and I appreciate the court doing that. I know the public does as well.
Shut up. Move on.
The only
We're
thing that I want
employees.
to say with respect to this question about admissions or confessions is something that I hope will help the court. The court is looking at Rideau. It's looking at Estes. These cases from 50 or 60 years ago in a different media environment under the United States Supreme Court. I want to urge the court to do what the court has done before, and that's to look at Algier. This is a 2011 Utah Supreme Court case. It's obviously in the wake of Rideau. It's obviously in the wake of Estes. It's here in this state, unanimous Utah Supreme Court, upholding a decision made by Judge McCleave below in a case that has striking parallels to this one. In the Algier case, there was a murder trial. The court received a letter, a notarized letter from an inmate saying the defendant in this case has confessed to me. Told me that he was involved in the shooting, gave me details of it, threatened me and my family if I did that. I want the court to know that. That was provisionally sealed for many of the same reasons that the court could conceivably consider keeping some of this information from the public. The court did a two-step analysis. It began by trying to determine whether or not there was a presumptive right of access to that document. The answer is yes. There is a presumptive right of access to this proceeding as well. Like Mr. Ballard just said, because this is a preliminary hearing, there's a presumptive right of access for the public. The second question was simply whether there's some kind of balancing that should be done. Notably, in paragraph 17 of that Algier case, it stressed something that we have said over and over again, which is much of the information that would be revealed through that letter had already become public at that point. And the idea of sealing a document that contained allegations or details that were already in the public sphere would only create the impression that information was being kept from the public when it was not. We stressed what we did yesterday, that as we understand it, much of the information that is now under consideration for the court is already in the public sphere. The right case to analyze this under is Algier. Algier would dictate in this case that the court recognized there's a presumptive right of access to this material, and that the presumption, the balancing test that would be needed to overcome that presumption of access has not been satisfied here, particularly because so much of that information is already in the public sphere. That must be an animating factor here, and we ask the court for that reason to grant access, both publication to the courtroom and, in our view, publication on the cameras as well. But we again do recognize that middle step is a meaningful one. And if the court were to decide that that information be shared in the courtroom but not on the general feed, we would recognize that as well as a meaningful step towards transparency in this case.
Counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes,
Jeffrey
we don't
Nyman
matter
on
to the
behalf
media.
of the Kirk family. And we appreciate the court is trying to balance here, but the Kirk family's waited 10 months for this hearing. And they have a right to be here, and they have a right to hear the evidence. They have a right to see and feel what's going on in this courtroom, just like, and they want to understand, Judge, what you are viewing. They want to see the evidence. And we understand you have to balance, but at a minimum, this courtroom needs to be open for the evidence to be displayed openly in this courtroom, for them to see it. The Utah Constitution gives them the right to be here, and to be here and not to see the evidence, what's the point of being here? We ask you to let the evidence be seen in the courtroom, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Anything further as it relates to exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 as it relates to what's been briefed or any other arguments? I just want to
Nobody thinks we're important, I
make
guess.
sure it has all been received before the court issues its ruling.
No, thank you.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And just to be clear, as it relates to the state's request, so under the three factors, or the three levels, admission to the court, publication to the gallery, and then publication beyond the gallery, what is the request for each of these exhibits?
We are asking, Your Honor, we are asking for admission. We are asking for publication within the courtroom, but not publication electronically on to the electronic coverage in the courtroom or of these proceedings. We do want to make clear that once the exhibit is admitted, that the witness will be reading from portions of the exhibit, but again, we're not asking that that be displayed in any way so that those outside the courtroom could capture that and reproduce it.
So then how is it cumulative to hear it in the interview if we're not going to
Thank
see it
you.
here?
Just
And all we're
the
talking
court's
about is
wants to-
publication. We are not sitting at home hearing it twice. We are
Just
sitting at home
for
hearing it 0
clarification,
times.
16.1 is the text messages, 16.2 is Discord chats, and 16.3 is photograph of notes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And finally, and this hasn't really been addressed by any party, but it is a factor the court's weighing, how much of 16.1 has been published to the public? prior to these proceedings. And this is open to all if you wish to weigh in. I just
Please
want to make
mention
sure
the
that that's
search
clear, because
warrants.
that wasn't really addressed in the briefing, and it's a factor. So I want to make sure that that issue has been presented by the parties, if you choose to.
Don't forget about the search warrants, because those are also public records. Even if they haven't gotten all of the attention everywhere that the information got.
Your Honor, with respect to Exhibit 16.1, some of those text messages do appear on pages 8 and 9. Pages 8 and 9 of the information that is public.
Could you give me a rough estimate or percentage of how much of the total amount of 16.1 appears not in the information? Again, I'm just trying to create a record of what is out there from your perspective, so the court can consider that in its analysis.
Oh. Oops, sorry. Yes, yes, the search warrants are public records. That's why we have them. They're on Exchange. They're just hard to find because of the filing system. They don't put them in the same court file as the charging document. They're held separately. They're usually organized by like the thing that's going to be searched, possibly the date of the search. They get like their own, number and filing system and things like that. But they are public in Utah after they are served and returned. So that's why they're out there, because people have gone through Exchange and, managed to find ways to locate some of these search warrants. So yeah, they're already published on the court docket. They're just difficult to find and compile, so they haven't gotten a lot of attention in the mainstream media. Doesn't mean they're not public. If you find them and you want to shoot any of them my way, or even just like the case number or anything like that it's filed under, please do, because I would kind of like to compile these. It's just that it is like a big undertaking to try to, hunt all of them down. But it would be nice to have a kind of central repository of all of this stuff. Instead of like, few people have found this and, talked about it on their stream, like yada, yada, one on Scribd here, and it gets difficult to kind of keep track of everything. Ginger Puff, I would love that. aburkhartlaw@gmail.com. Yes, I said that on the stream. Probably shouldn't have, but I did. Feel free to shoot it to me. Oh, this is the constant problem. Everyone asks. Oh, you're too kind. These guys are good. These guys are good. They're just not advocating for us.
Your
We're
Honor,
taking this middle ground
State's Exhibit
position.
16.1 is 18 pages total of photographs of text messages. It's approximately 5.5 pages of those 18 pages that are reproduced in the information. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. I appreciate you doing that on the fly.
So
Anything
not
further
quite 1/3.
from any party?
Nobody's going to mention the search warrant.
To defense?
Media probably doesn't know because
the
none of their
prosecution.
mainstream
No, Your Honor,
people have
thank you.
published it.
Media?
I'll just point out for the court that in addition to the text messages, I believe, I haven't seen the other exhibits, but I believe that at least the note itself, which is another one of the exhibits, is also described in the information.
Thank you. Ms. Kirk's victim representative attorney.
This has not been easy, as you can imagine. And I think the family deserves to see the evidence that's been gathered in this investigation. They deserve to know what happened to Charlie. So we urge the court to please, again, display the evidence here in the courtroom.
Thank you. Thank you to all parties. I appreciate the diligence and hard work that you've put in briefing, argument. These are important exhibits as it relates to what should be considered for, again, to be clear, these exhibits are being admitted to the court in its entirety. The question before the court is publication within the courtroom and beyond the courtroom. And so this is the ruling as it relates to the briefing, and I know it wasn't a formal motion, but I'm just trying to be thorough in my approach. This matter comes before the court on state's request to publish exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing and defendant's objection to that request. The exhibits consist of text messages between Mr. Robinson and a witness, Discord messages between Mr. Robinson and others, and a written note the state attributes to Mr. Robinson. Attorneys for Mr. Robinson argue the publication of the exhibits during the proceedings subject to electronic media coverage would create a substantial risk of prejudice and impair his rights to due process under the 14th Amendment. The defendant relies on Rideau versus Louisiana, Estes, and Skilling, and asks the court to consider any admissible exhibit for the purposes of the preliminary hearing while limiting their public display or broadcast. The state responds that Rideau and Estes do not require a categorical restriction here. The state argues that the exhibits are materially different from the televised custodial interrogation at issue in Rideau because they are written communications allegedly made outside law enforcement custody. The state also argues that the potential prejudice can be addressed through trial management measures, including voir dire, and that the victim representative has an interest in being present for and able to follow important criminal proceedings. The court has considered the parties' arguments, the nature of the exhibits, and the procedural posture of this preliminary hearing, the defendant's due process interests, the public nature of the criminal proceedings, and the interests asserted by the state and victim representative. On the present record, the court is not persuaded that the publication of exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing creates the type of inherent or presumed prejudice that requires categorical restrictions under Rideau, Estes, and Skilling. Unlike the broadcast interrogation in Rideau, the exhibits at issue are written communications allegedly made outside police custody and are being offered in the ordinary course of a judicial proceeding. That distinction does not eliminate the possibility of prejudice, but it weighs against treating publication of the exhibits as presumptively unconstitutional. The court further finds that any potential prejudice arising from media coverage may be addressed, if necessary, through the appropriate trial procedures, including voir dire and any other measures warranted before trial. This ruling is limited to publication of the exhibits during the preliminary hearing and does not determine their admissibility at trial, and I insert if one occurs, or foreclose any later request for relief based on a more developed record. Accordingly, the defendant's objection is overruled. As it relates to this preliminary hearing, the state may publish exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3, and the court is authorizing, with the exception of the third to last page on exhibit 16.1, because it contains information including a phone number and address to be redacted before publication in the courtroom. But as it relates to 16.1, because it was publicly distributed by the state, that 16.1 in its entirety may be broadcast through electronic media. That is the ruling of the court.
Thank you, Judge. What about the
Counsel,
others?
how
We'd
would we
like
like
the
to
others to be
proceed?
broadcast too. But those are just in court. The Discord.
Your Honor, just to
and the
clarify the record, the state has redacted that portion. We anticipated that needed to be redacted in 16.1, so we have redacted that portion. We believe that the best way to proceed now is we have the edited video ready that comports with the additional edits that the court has ordered. We propose that we take a break so that we can show that to the defense, make sure we're on the same page, and then we anticipate coming back and playing Exhibit 16.
All right. Okay. All right, I appreciate the caution being exercised by all parties. We'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 10:50. Court is in a brief recess.
Oh, Judge Graff, once again. See, yes, I still have faith in the judge. He has consistently given us more than the parties have asked for. Literally everybody today, even the media lawyer, was like, fuck those people at home. Forget about the cameras. We're not even worried about the cameras. You don't have to put it on camera, Judge. And he's like, yeah, at least the texts, you can put them on camera. They're already out there. Didn't say they can publish the note or the Discord chats. So I don't love that. Again, it goes back to this question: if we're not going to be able to see them discuss it on the video because it's cumulative of what's being admitted, but we're not going to be able to see what's being admitted, then it's not a cumulative problem. A cumulative problem is you're getting to see it twice, and that's unnecessary. Our problem here is we're not getting to see it at all. So the state has told us, even if they're not going to, publish these other exhibits, 16.2 and 16.3, the Discord chats and the notes, even if they're not going to publish those or have them televised, they're still going to have the witness read parts of them. I hope they're thorough with that. Hope they're thorough with what they allow to be brought into the public record. Again, it's like the justifications are so like all over the place and shifting that hard to find the consistency, right? The concern has been, oh, we can't put it on camera because I've already said you're not going to be allowed to copy them. Why not is not entirely clear, but no, media is not going to be allowed to copy the exhibits. And so putting them on TV would just enable the media to screenshot them and then have the copy that the court has said we can't have for reasons that are not entirely clear. But somebody reading it under this reasoning should be fine. Should be fine. We can't screenshot that. Does there seem to be a little bit of a form over substance issue going on here with this morass that we're in? It's the same information. It's just got to be delivered to us verbally in words instead of visually in writing. This seems just really not intuitive, not common sense. Why would this matter? Why would this distinction matter? Why does it matter? I don't know that that's really been articulated. Why is it okay to hear it but not to see it? Okay, it can be copied and then published and proliferated. This hearing can be clipped and published and proliferated. It just boggles the mind a little bit. As far as the note's concerned, again, we already know what the note says. I mean, under his reasoning, if the texts, we're getting to hear them and have them published because they're already public, the note's already public. The contents of the notes are already public. And so I'm not even really that concerned about the contents of the note. I sure would like to see the photograph, though. I'd like to see the condition of the paper. Go ahead and redact the words. We already know what it says. We've been told. But I really would like to see the condition of the paper. We're all kind of curious about that. Who did that? Who did that? Is that why Lance needed immunity? Was that Tyler doing it? Consciousness of guilt? We'd all like to know. I think that seems kind of important to understanding what happened here. What's at stake? Who participated? How? And the significance of this evidence. The evidence has very different meaning if it was a note left by Tyler for Lance, as is reported in the text, and Lance himself voluntarily, of his own accord, destroyed it. Than if it's a note from Tyler, and Tyler himself destroyed it so that it wouldn't be discovered. That one's consciousness of guilt. Lance acting independently is not. So this is kind of an important issue vis-a-vis guilt and the evidentiary value of this particular piece of evidence. I said, and I knew, the court's not going to adopt a maximalist position. They rarely do, you know, find the middle ground. But I just hope they see the problems that it's creating and the inconsistency, the problems with the reasoning. Because I certainly see it. You don't get to call it cumulative when you're not showing us anything. Ay. Well, we're going to have to see how this plays out, I guess. But I do appreciate the judge giving us more than anybody asked for. They were all ready to just cave it. Fuck those people at home. Just show it in the courtroom. And the judge is like, nah. I'm going to go ahead and let the cameras capture all of this. So we won't hear them reading it on the interview with Lance because it's cumulative, but we will get to see it published in court. So we've seen a third of it in the information. There's more of it that, came out in the search warrant affidavits. Can't really, say how much, how much more, what percentage more, I don't know, because we don't have the whole thing. But seems like now we're going to get to know that. We'll get the whole thing. So, yeah, I still do have faith in Judge Graff, but I I know he's got to be attuned to the difficulty that he's in. And that the logical inconsistency here is a tell. It's a tell that the logic itself is not driving the train here with these decisions. It is being used as a justification for what they want to do and what they think is the right way to handle it, which I also do appreciate. I appreciate the judge wants to do this right. But what's right is, or should be, driven by the law. And so it's a tell that, like, we're being a little inconsistent with our reasoning here because it's not driving your decision. It's your justification for getting to where you want to be. But you're having a hard time finding legal support for it. That's why you're tripping over your own feet a little bit. Kyle Cowden, it hit me, finally, who the judge reminds me of. Michael Strong as Dr. Corbin in Star Trek's What Are Little Girls Made Of? I don't know who that is. Let me Google him real quick. Michael Strong as Dr. Corbin. Oh, yeah. I see it. I see it. It's vaguely there, but the same, you know, silver. I get it. Jeff would have known that reference, but not me. Not me. Lax Forge, why did the judge suppress Mitchell 1102 statement on religion and politics? We got two different things going on here. The Mitchell statement was not on religion and politics. The Engelhardt statement, gentleman from Turning Point USA, he provided 1102 that includes this this information on religion and politics. So two separate things going on. Mitchell, the state simply didn't offer to publish it, and so the court didn't force them to. It was the state who decided we, the public, shouldn't see what Mr. Mitchell, who was the family friend who assisted with Tyler Robinson's surrender. We shouldn't see what he has to say at this point. The court should, but not us. And so the judge went along with that. With Mr. Engelhardt's statement, let me go back to, he did find, I think that one again, it was similar. He found that it was going to be relevant for his purposes, for purposes of admission, because it goes to motive and it goes to the victim targeting enhancement. But I think, again, it wasn't published. Let me go back and try to find in my notes where that was dealt with. Let's see here. Okay, found it in my notes. Here's the argument. They had a relevance problem, thought maybe he got help from one of the lawyers writing it. Has to do with Christianity. Defense thinks it's not relevant. State argues it goes to motive and the victim targeting enhancement. We had that kind of temper tantrum from McBride where he insisted he had to talk about the substance, but then he was able to make his argument without quoting, reading directly from it. Of course, we had a long record. That conversation about religion and gender, do those things intersect, religion and politics? Well, the legislature distinguished them, but, you know, it's not really a smooth distinction, is it? Oh, so we got this one, quote unquote, provisionally admitted. He found that it's relevant. So he found that it's relevant. And so we said when it becomes relevant based on Mr. Robinson's state of mind about Mr. Kirk's political beliefs, then he will decide He's not publishing it, but both parties can weigh in on that when this comes up again. So it was a situation, I think, where they were kind of dealing with it before it was really at issue. So the court's like, well, it's not necessarily the point to be making that decision. Provisionally, he's agreeing it should be probably should be admitted, should be published, but when it's the appropriate
All right, good
time,
people.
or should
I
not
am
be
back
published.
in the building. I'm back in the house. Literally and figuratively, I'm back in the house. Hopefully you all are doing okay. How did it go? How was it? All right. I'm trying to catch up. I was trying to listen. I'm muted? Okay. All right. I was trying to catch up in the car, but then my daughter wanted to talk. So I put the phone aside and was listening to her. So I was in lots of justice for Charlie. All right. They're on a 15-minute recess. We finally get to watch the video. Oh, you still haven't watched it yet, though? I did not break any speed limits. I did not. Wow, I missed nothing. I was listening, and then she wanted to talk, and I was like, and then it went left. And my wife called me, so nothing happened. Tyler's mad at Charlie for the Christian beliefs. Is the monitor with? Yes, I agree 100% right there. I did not miss anything. Shout out, man. Okay. Oh, so they did at least. When I left, Judge Graff was still sorting through some papers. So they haven't gotten, but you actually got to watch it, or we're there. And again, thank you to everybody. 17 ads for senators and 2 ads for Blue Chew. That's all. Y'all are wild. If anything, you got to skip the boring stuff. Wow, praise God. Wait, man, you could have smoked a brisket. Wait. I saw that. Hold on. You could have smoked a brisket, and this would still be going on. Man, that's something I haven't done in a while. I've not gotten a good brisket lately. I need to change that. Oh, we're just getting the transcript? Yo, Judge Graff's going to have to get control of this. There's no way they're going to get through. And so I have a question, though. What's the purpose of them bringing witnesses? The defense wants to bring up 2 witnesses, I think they said, maybe even 3. Wants to bring witnesses for what? If you don't think the case is viable, why would you want to bring witnesses for what? That's crazy work. Hey, Vanessa, thank you so much for supporting the stream. I want to make sure I'd say thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the supers earlier. Thank you so very much for that. That meant a lot. Thank you. Now, so we think we got the audio. We get to hear the audio. Okay. That's interesting. All right. It just seems like a big nothing. Like, good gracious, man. And being the fact that the preliminary trial doesn't have to have all of the evidence that you're going to use in the main trial anyway, why not just drop the bit that is good enough to make your point and then just save the rest for later? Would be, in my opinion. Because I can't see Judge Graff at this point in the game saying, no, there's not enough evidence to bond this over to trial. I just don't see that happening. Now, whether or not everything is solid, I think we can have that discussion. But isn't that what what the trial's for? It just seems like that would be the right thing to do, in my opinion. Y'all said I didn't miss a thing. Y'all are hilarious. All right, let me pull this in. Looks like let's see. It looks like they're moving around. All right, so the seal is here. We get the transcripts of the Discord. Judge ruled on what public can see from the LT Lance Twigg statements. He's allowed most of it, redacted page, and include phone numbers and address. Okay. I don't need people's phone numbers. I ain't gonna call them. On other news, this day is day 4 of Candace losing her mind online, trying to convince people that it was not Tyler Robinson. You know what? Let her just keep going. Let Candace continue. I think the more fame she gets, the more notoriety she gets. It's just going to drive her insane. So let her just go. Go ahead, Candace. Continue. Carry on. All right. The little music has chimed in. Let me get the transcript of the Discord. All right. No, we haven't gotten to watch it yet. They are going over what already has been edited, and they were on a 15-minute break. Okay. And you know they're going to have a lunch break eventually, so man, what in the world? But I appreciate y'all tapping in. Thank you so much. Did David Penn come back by? I see. Mute David. Okay. David came back. Bless his heart. I'm looking through here. Look, lots of back and forth. What are you saying here? What are you saying here? Thank you so much. Getting the goal, getting started. Thank you for streaming this and providing some comedic commentary for us. You're more than welcome, Mexichica. Thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. I'm just having fun. I just figured today I just want to we're going to have fun today because I don't know how long this is going to go. Since the judge has put a hard stop of Friday, I'm just like, are we going to get to Friday? Today's Thursday, guy. Today ain't Tuesday. Like, are we going to get to Friday and be done? Or are you going to just be like, look, you're just going to say that it's over and you're going to go with what they got? So that's going to be interesting. So, but thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Andrew and Blake and Ben Shapiro have been going max, although I wish they would have done this a long time ago. Really? Maybe we'll look at that later. Maybe we'll look at it. Let me go pull up my X account and see what they're doing. Look. I don't, like I told y'all, I just think TPUSA needs to institute a do not engage Candace Owens policy. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm sorry. Just man, we're in a weird world. I'm just gonna say it like that. We're in a weird world. Hey, thank you, Pastor Chris. Pastor Chris shouted me out. All right. Okay, I'm looking through here. I do not see it. I know somebody's going to tag me to it. Tag me to some of the shenanigans. Up, they're back. Let's get it. Let's go.
Technology issues, and we believe those have been sorted out, but we have not yet had the opportunity to show the final edited versions to the defense.
All right, well.
Hit the like button.
How much time do you need?
None. Let's go.
As long as it takes to show the video, so maybe 10 minutes.
All right. Well, we'll go into, well, I want to make sure sufficient time is done to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we were at this point. We'll be in recess for 10 more minutes. So by 11:05 approximately.
He sounds through with this.
That should work, and also we can inform the bailiff as soon as we're done, if it's ahead of that time.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I thought we were ready to proceed. I want to be respectful of everyone's time, but all at the same time, keep this hearing moving forward. So court is in a brief recess.
All right. Yo. I don't know why y'all, why? Have you ever seen something that just literally takes your breath away? Like you really can't process it? Okay. Y'all, this is exactly why people don't take us seriously anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is just exactly why people don't take you seriously. Pennsylvania bans hair racism and declares dreadlocks, braids, and twists a new protected class. That's where lawmakers are spending their time. Meanwhile, plenty of Pennsylvanians are asking why issues like affordability, crime, and infrastructure aren't getting the same level of attention. What do you think? Like, we just can't. Well, that's why we can't have nice things. I'm sorry. That's exactly why we can't have nice things. A protected class? Yeah, see. Okay, let me find this. Why do we do this to ourselves? Like we set our own selves up for failure. Oh gosh. What? Why is this internet doing this to me today, Lord? Lord, the internet is against me. The internet hates me today. You think the internet hates me. I'm completely convinced that the interweb is against me. I'm gonna show you what I mean. Listen to this foolishness. Colin Kaepernick looks different now.
Stop killing our children, son of a bitch.
Oh my. Oh.
We
That
don't
escalated
care
quickly.
if you think you're rich. We love our children and the color of their skin, and we're getting tired of being called as the next of kin. You twisted monsters are going too far. Don't you know your own children will suffer if you keep magnifying this civil war?
See, this narrative, and maybe this is a whole different topic. I know this has nothing to do with Tyler Robinson. Y'all got me over here looking on X trying to find Candace, and look at this foolishness that y'all done shown me. The reason why less melanated white people don't take the highly melanated community seriously, the reason why people don't take black people seriously is because of this kind of dumb stuff right here. This woman has got all of the smoke for the less melanated community, quote unquote, killing our children, but she has nothing to say about the black children. They kill black children. And I keep saying this, and it doesn't make sense to me. Why make the issue, if we had to triage all of the reasons why black children are killed, I'm going to go on a list and say that, I'm going to go on a limb here and say that a white person killing a black person is probably going to be number 6, maybe even number 8. But the highest reason why black children aren't alive is because of abortion. That's just it. That's a guaranteed, proven fact. Why are we not talking about that? You over here with all of this smoke, whatever you saying in here, looking tired and frustrated, but you don't say anything about baby deletion. You're not saying anything about black on black crime in inner cities, which deletes far more black children than any white person could imagine. Black folk kill more black people than the Klan ever could. The Klan is like, dang, we couldn't have did this. But we over here making all of these dumb performative, like you just make us look dumb, and it makes black folk look like they're not serious. Because if you're serious about crime, if you're serious about the death of black children, which by the way, everybody should be concerned about the death of children. nobody should be pro death of children. That's kind of almost like a given, right? But ma'am, you don't have any smoke for baby deletions. If you go in the inner city, you'll find 3, if not 5, Planned Parenthood clinics all around the inner city. Why are y'all not out there protesting them? Why are you not out here protesting these teen takeovers? Why did I not see you protesting what happened in Chicago on Juneteenth? Y'all make Juneteenth your Black Christmas. Then why are you not upset about the fact that during your Black Christmas, all these Black children were shot in Chicago? But you want to get out here and do your performative art, talking like this, doing your mad voice, but you don't have anything to say about what we do to our own selves. You want to point at other people, which sure, if we deal with our own issues, and then you want to come back and say, hey, now that we've dealt with our issues, now we're going to talk about white people that are killing blacks, then hey, I think we can have a discussion. But at the moment and in the time being, you're busy pointing your finger at Jim Bob and Sally Jane, but you're not worried about Ray Ray and Lil Tyrone that are deleting people on wholesale. I just wonder why. It's just dumb. And the thing is, nobody takes us seriously. Nobody looks at this and takes this woman seriously. This is what's her name? Tracy Lewis. What's her name? Jennifer Lewis. Hollywood star Jennifer Lewis tears up as she claims whites are now killing black children. But I mean, and nobody takes you seriously though. That's the thing. They're looking at you and they're laughing at you. They're mocking you because they know that you drive past a Planned Parenthood. They know that you drive past little Ray Ray and little Shaniqua every day. You don't care about their death, but you're worried about whether or not Jim Bob or Sally Jane possibly killed a white black child. Baby, please go sit down. Have all the seats in a stadium and then some. Go somewhere and sit down. That's the problem. Like, nobody takes you seriously, and they think that you're not serious about the things that you're claiming because you're not. That's a great question. Do you think she had this message for Carmela? No. Just like she's shaking her head no now. She ain't that message. And it's just dumb. And y'all got me out here looking at this, and I'm over here I was trying to find what Candace was saying, y'all. I'm trying to find out what Candace was saying. Okay, you know what? I'm scrolling through TikTok. I mean, whatever this is, X. Y'all, I can't. X is crazy right now. What? You know what? I'm going to have to make a judgment call. I can't even mess with X. X is crazy. Stuff that has popped up on my doggone timeline. It's got to be studied by science. I need an exorcism, and I don't even believe in exorcisms. We need an exorcism on my doggone timeline. I'm leaving that alone. I'm gonna log out of X. Like, dog. It's so bad you gotta log out of it, like wipe your memory. Like, what the devil is wrong with X today? Good gracious, man. People, nah. And I had a discussion with a friend of mine. The other day. He was very upset and said that I don't like black people. And he's a black man. He said, I don't like black people because all I do is say what black people need to do and what black people need to do to improve their communities. But I don't say anything about white people's communities. I said, this might really shock you. And I know maybe maybe I do need to get me an iPhone so I can FaceTime you so you can see me. I said, because this might shock you. And I don't know if you knew this, but you do know that I'm black, right? I know, right? And you do know that my wife is black. You know, my babies are black. You know, my mom and dad, I came from black people. You do realize that I'm concerned about my community, right? You do know that, right? Okay. So therefore, why would I be talking about what white people are doing? Maybe a white person has a problem with me, and maybe they do. Maybe they do have outright animus towards me. Maybe my neighbor next door really, truly hates me. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? When we munch up more of our babies in the mother's womb than any war, why am I supposed to be worried about whether or not Kirsten doesn't like me? which by the way, she does. She loves me. I love my neighbors. Why am I supposed to be losing sleep about whether or not Jennifer, who's a widow, doesn't like me? I know she loves me. She's a very nice lady. Why am I assuming that they don't like me when I see little black boys and girls killing little black boys and girls on wholesale? Why am I concerned about, why am I worried about whether or not they might not like me when I'm watching people wholesale destroy one another? And by the way, the people that are wholesale destroying one another look like they have my phenotype. Why am I supposed to be worried about white people? Make that make sense to me. Make it make sense. Okay, fine. There's racism all over the place. There's racism under every book, behind every rock, behind every bush. Absolutely. There's racism all over the place. Sure. But we're watching little black kids kill little black kids. Why am I not more concerned about that? We're watching little black moms destroy little black babies in the womb. But why am I not concerned about that? Why am I not concerned about the fact that we are past the place of replacement in most inner cities? If every black person died in Chicago, there would not be enough black babies to replace them. Why is that not a concern to you? Why is that not a concern? And you are yourself a black man. Why would I not be concerned about that? And I do believe, my belief system is that if black people were able to fix the problems that black people had, it would have a ripple effect in the Hispanic community, the Asian community, the white community. Everybody would benefit if black people could figure out their problems. I do believe that. I do believe if we could fix the marriage rate in the black community, it would have a ripple effect in other communities. Well, one, because there's black people married to other people groups, but even within our mono group situation, it would still have an effect on other people groups. I do believe that. So therefore, why would I not want to encourage my community, the people that look like me, to do better? Because somewhere out there, there's two little black boys that are one day probably going to come knocking on my door and want to marry my daughters. Why would I not want them to be in the best situation possible? That might not be a black boy. It might be somebody else. I don't know. I just want my kids to be married. So, and live happy and give me some grandchildren. That's it. So why would I not want that? I don't understand it. That's such a myopic thought process, because personally, I believe that most of us don't want to deal with our own problems. We look in the mirror, we step on the scale, we see that we're out of shape, we know that we're overweight, but we want to say, well, what about Tommy? He's out of shape. What about Becky down the street? She's out of shape. Well, what about you? You on your own scale. You can only deal with yourself. I can't fix Tommy and Becky, but I can show them if they see me working out in the front yard, they see me walking around as a family, walking and such like that. Maybe that might impact them, but I can't change them. I can change me. And it's the get over the lack of responsibility for me that just completely takes me out of the picture. Like, why am I supposed to, I'm looking at my own situation and I need to make improvements on my own situation. But you want me to look past the beam in my eye to go down the street and look at a possible speck in somebody else's eye? Sir, please go have a seat. Please go have a seat. It makes no sense to me. None whatsoever. Anyway, I just had to get that off my chest. I'm working on a video about that because, again, my friend really salted my grits by saying that. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Listen to the sentence that you say. You say, I don't like black people? Fool, I'm black. Like, you just can't make some of the dumb stuff up that we say. Sometimes we say some dumb stuff and make me scratch my head. Like, is it possible maybe there is something wrong with you? Is it possible? Like, there's something wrong with you. Shout out. If you're a member of the channel, please make sure you watch my conversation with Dennis Sperling earlier this week. I love you. No, my babies want to have, my daughters want to have kids. They talk about it all the time. Fun fact, not even trying to be funny. They're literally in the kitchen. I'm sorry, in the living room. I hear them right now talking about kids. I literally hear them in my ear. They want to have kids. Looking through. All right. So the camera is back on in the court, but they have not turned it on. I mean, they have not started yet, so we're back, just waiting and pull it in just so we can, while I'm sitting there telling bad jokes. Bada boom. Jason, I'm clearly listening to what you're saying and loving what you're saying. Though, as a non-melanated person, everybody has melanin. So you're just less. You just got less melanin. I do respect most of you. There are crazy ideologies coming from everywhere. No, absolutely. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Noting the presence of the parties.
Green hearts in the
all
chat
being
when you can hear
present. And
He
where we
looks
left
tired.
off is we were looking
Bless his
to,
heart.
where the state was looking to confer with defense to ensure that states exhibits 16, 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 were shared. Ms. Hunt.
He sounds tired. Bless his heart.
We have
Judge
reviewed
Graff needs a hug.
16, Exhibit 16 with defense, and it comports with the court's order. At this point, we would like to put Agent Davis back on the stand and continue with displaying that, publishing that.
All right, Agent Davis, if you'd like to come forward, I remind you, you're still under oath. If you'd like to have a seat. There should be a water bottle to your left, and after you're situated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone and bringing it close to you so the record can pick up your testimony. Ms. Hunt, your witness.
Wow.
And just for the record and the court's benefit, we have made the edits that the court has ordered. We have shown them to defense. Pursuant to the timestamps that the court ordered, we wanted those to be reflected very clearly. So there are sometimes large gaps of just black, empty, silent space. When there are large gaps, we will fast forward. Some of those are short enough that we'll just let it play, if the court is okay with that, with proceeding that way.
Thank you. I appreciate giving a heads up so all parties know what's going on. Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
So at this time, we would move to publish on the monitors State's Exhibit 16.
All right, and to the media, there is a monitor for your benefit right there next to you. For the camera, there is one for that direction as well as for the gallery.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
And we described your relationship with Tyler
when you first met him anyway.
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone? Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got it recorded. Okay, so, again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. If they're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you're not on my mic, but that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right. Is that mic on?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
All right, okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met, you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Into September 10th. Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
you mind hit it right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
This is very interesting. So I wonder if during the trial will we get to hear these parts that are missing. I guess I wasn't clear on that. This is kind of interesting.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets.
What a weird.
And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house.
That's crazy.
But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months. But I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh, no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Okay. All right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3, or the note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server of his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally, who are these people? Who are members of
This is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Or go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
So Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server?
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So this is these are most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler, looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been, 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because At least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11, so.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages. Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting?
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home?
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
Okay.
but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a full friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Okay, so before that you have been?
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything. The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our, our apartment, we had a section where we kept all our, random tools for household stuff. in our like lower basement level pantry. So yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 11:02 purposes.
All right.
All right, that concludes State's Exhibit
Whew.
16. Ms.
Goodness
Hunt.
gracious.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Davis, I asked you yesterday, but I want to remind the court and those present. Were you physically present at the interview we just watched in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I was there.
And aside from the court-ordered redactions, did it appear to you to be fair and accurate about what you remember that interview that day?
Yes, yes, I do.
During that interview, did Mr. Twiggs, was he shown or referenced certain items of evidence?
Yes, he was.
What types of items of evidence was he shown?
It was the text messages between himself and Tyler Robinson, a Discord chat messages, and a handwritten note.
And then we also saw in the video, he was also shown the FBI press release photos of the potential suspect.
That's correct, yes.
Have you reviewed all of those items as part of the investigation?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with them?
Yes.
All right, I want to put just on the witness's screen what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16.1. And for the record, this includes the edit that the one edit that the court has previously ordered.
Thank you.
Let me know when you see that on your screen.
I see it. I see it now.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of screenshots of text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. This is a photograph of Lance's phone.
So sorry, you said photograph, you also said screenshot. Can you differentiate or clarify there?
Sorry. These are photographs directly from Lance's phone.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview, he's showing the FBI agents these text messages, describes them to the agents, and at that time, his phone was photographed.
And you testified, I believe yesterday, that Mr. Twiggs' first interview was the morning of September 12th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Were you physically present at that interview?
No, I was not there.
Have you spoken with the officers or agents that were?
Yes, I've spoken to one of those agents that was there.
And you stated that first September 12th interview of Mr. Twiggs was recorded?
Yes, audio, video recorded.
Have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
So you stated that we're looking in State's Exhibit 16.1 at a picture of Mr. Twiggs' phone.
Yes.
Do you know who took these photos?
Yes, it was Agent Larson with FBI.
Did you speak with Agent Larson and confirm that?
I did.
And you kind of made reference to this already, but how did Mr. Twiggs initially show law enforcement the relevant text messages?
Yeah, during that first interview on September 12th, he shows them the phone and then allows them to photograph the phone.
And does he identify it as his phone in that interview?
Yes, he does.
Does he refer to any particular features of the phone that allows him to make that identification?
I believe the second interview, he refers to the large crack in the upper left screen. So he identifies that from his second interview that was given on April 20th.
And according to your review of the recording of his first interview and in speaking with the agents that were there, did he have his personal phone with him at the time of the September 12th interview?
Yes, he did.
And was this same text thread that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.1 shown to him during his second interview sorry, let me get the date right, April 20th, 2026 at the Utah County Attorney's Office that we just observed part of in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, it was shown to him.
Was he asked how Tyler Robinson is saved in his phone, like as a contact?
Yeah, just as Tyler.
Without saying it, obviously, did he identify Tyler Robinson's phone number?
Yes, he did.
Did you check the number that Mr. Twiggs gave as Tyler Robinson's phone number against law enforcement records?
Yes, I did.
And do they match?
Yes, they match.
Is State's Exhibit 16.1 a fair and accurate representation of the text thread between, or the relevant text thread between Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson?
Yes, it is.
As part of the investigation, was a Cellbrite extraction performed on Mr. Twiggs' phone?
Yes, it was.
Did you personally review that extraction?
Yes, I have.
And according to that extraction, did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs exchange text messages on September 10th through 11th, 2025?
Yes, they did.
What time was that first text sent according to the Cellbrite extraction?
The first text was September 10th at 11 p.m.
All right, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 16.1, and then pursuant to court order, I would move to publish it to the monitors.
Mr. Novak.
We have no further objections beyond those that the court, of course, is very familiar with at this point in time.
Oh my gosh, he only got no objections?
Pending objections made by defense. Those objections are overruled. This 16.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the gallery as well as electronically distributed through the camera.
All right, Agent, I'm not going to go through every single message, but I do want to have you read aloud certain portions of them. And I apologize to counsel, these are not actually given a page number. I have page numbers, but I'm happy to confer that we're on the same page as we go. So here we're looking at page 1 of State's Exhibit 16.1. If you could read a little more than halfway down where it begins Wednesday, 11 p.m. Will you start reading underneath that?
Yes. So this would have been from Tyler. It says, drop what you're doing, look under your keyboard.
And I apologize, let me stop you there. How do you know that that message would have been from Tyler Robinson?
That's just, so any of the messages in gray would be from Tyler, and messages in blue would be from Lance. It's just the way the iPhone distinguishes the messages. And also Lance in his interview also acknowledges that, who was saying what.
And up at the top, who do we see that this thread is between?
Tyler.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. So read that again, starting from look under the keyboard.
So after that, then Lance responds, he says, what? And then he says, you're joking, right? And then Tyler says, fuck, I tried to delete that.
If we could scroll down to page 2. And if you can continue reading along.
Okay. And Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. And then Lance replies, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Tyler says, I am, I'm sorry. Lance says, I thought they caught the person. And then Tyler says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude and interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering.
If we could scroll down to page 3. Continue reading.
Lance says, why? And Tyler says, why did I do it? And Lance says, yeah. Tyler says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you shortly, or sorry, we'll update you by midnight. And then Lance says, all right, stay safe. How long have you been planning this?
Scroll down a little bit, please, Kimberly.
And Tyler replies, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it.
We can scroll down to page 4 and continue reading about halfway down. I'll stop you about halfway down.
This is while they were spot, but I don't want to chance it while they were parked there. If they had found it, I imagine there would be more commotion. Again, I'm sorry for roping you into all of this. You shouldn't have to worry about this. And Lance replies, does anyone else know? Tyler says, not to my knowledge.
All right, I'll stop you there. Let's move to page 5. So this should be page 4, so just scroll down 1, please, Kimberly. And if you could read starting, sorry, Kimberly, scroll a bit more down. If you could read, I don't know, about a 1/3 of the way up that starts with guess.
Okay. Tyler says, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off.
And continue.
And Lance says, are you okay still? And Tyler says, yes, check and spot again now. Will.
Sorry, now we're on page 6. Continue reading.
We'll update soon. He continues, the squad car was moved further away, enough that I should be able to move in. I backed off because I thought I heard footsteps, maybe a foot patrol, but the crickets here are so fucking loud. Gonna see if the road closer to campus is open so I can drive past and check shit out. Probably still closed off though. Getting worried, hard to know for sure, but I'm not finding my rifle. Could be in the wrong spot. Lance says, do you think they found it? And Tyler says, dunno, they haven't published anything if they have. And then Lance says, why did you leave it behind?
Oh, sorry, Kimberly, if you could scroll down.
Originally. Also, does it have a serial number?
We could scroll to page 7. And I'll continue reading. I'll stop you on this page in a little bit.
Okay. So Tyler continues, IDEK, if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits, didn't have the ability or time to bring it with.
And stop there, please. And then if we could go to the next page, page 8. And if you could start at the top.
Okay, so Lance says, was your change of clothes there or was that also gone? Or did you bring those with you originally? Anyway, you could replace the gun or would he notice? And then Tyler says, only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. I'll bet that canine sniffed it out. Little snitching bastard. Replace it unlikely. I don't fully know what the gun was because it was old as shit and Gramps did some modifying. There was a 4-digit serial on it. God only knows who it's registered to. Hopefully some dead guy who gave it to Grandpa. And he continues, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke.
And then continue. I'll stop you in a moment.
He says, all right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks.
And let me stop you there. And then if we could go on to the next page, page 9. And do you see the first blue message we see on page 9? Can you start there?
Yes. So Lance says, do you need it for hunting? And Tyler says, no, my dad wanted to use a high caliber for the rifle hunt. Judging from today, I say Gramps' gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a 2K scope. Lance says, geez. And then Tyler says, OMW home 3.5 hours. Lance says, drive safe. And then Tyler says, delete this exchange.
And I'll stop you right there. And then, sorry, we're on page 9. If we can scroll to page 15. And then the second grade message on page 15, if you could start there.
Okay. So this is Tyler. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. We hope to keep things sort of quiet here.
And then I'll stop you there.
Okay.
And we can remove the exhibit from the screen. Thank you, Kimberly. We mentioned a Cellbrite extraction of Mr. Twiggs' phone. Do you know what time that last text was sent?
Yeah, I recall it was just before 8 p.m. on September 11th. It was, I think, 7:42 p.m. is my recollection.
I'm sorry, September 11th?
Yes.
Would September 12th make sense, or you're saying September 11th?
So September 11th was when he turned himself in. Would have
Okay.
been September 11th, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to show just for the witness, States Exhibit 16.2. Let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do, yep.
What is it?
This is just more photos of Lance's phone. And
How
these
do you-
are, these are sorry, I had a brain. Sorry, go with your question, please.
I'm just asking what it is. So you said it's a photo of Lance's phone. Do you know if that's from the same time period as the exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
And what is it of?
These are the Discord messages of, that Lance had talked about.
How do you know that?
So Lance, in the first interview with FBI, shows the phone. The photos are taken by Agent Larson, and then these images are shown to Lance during his second interview, and he confirms that these are those same messages, and this is photos of Lance's phone.
You mentioned an Agent Larson took the photos. Do you know if he's the same agent that took the photos of this exhibit, 16.2?
Yes, same agent.
And you spoke with him to confirm that?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if Mr. Twiggs is actually part of this Discord thread?
Yes, he is a part of it. He doesn't, in this section, he doesn't reply to it, but he does state in his statement that he was part of that thread.
Does he identify whether Mr. Robinson is part of that thread?
He does.
And when did that happen?
He identifies that in his first interview with the two FBI agents, and then he again confirms that in his second interview.
Did Mr. Twiggs say what username on Discord Mr. Robinson used, at least with respect to this thread?
Yes, it's the Tyler/Icum, IKUM.
And is Exhibit 16.2 a fair and accurate representation of that Discord thread?
Yes, it is.
Did law enforcement send, as part of your investigation, did law enforcement send a subpoena to Discord?
Yes, they did.
Were these messages recovered via that subpoena?
They were.
Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And in States Exhibit 16.2 that is before you, when is the first message from Tyler sent?
7:57 p.m.
And it says yesterday. Do you have any knowledge of what day that would have been?
Yes, this would have been September 11th.
So Tyler sends the first message that you're seeing on Exhibit 16.2, September 11th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified earlier that Mr. Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office approximately at 9 p.m., is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And although you weren't physically present there yet because you were flying down, how do you know that he arrived approximately around 9 p.m.?
Just based on the police reports I reviewed and then go back and look at the video and such.
Judge, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 16.2 and publish it pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've already lodged all of our objections on all three phases.
All right. Noting the objections, standing objections by defense. State's Exhibit 16.2 is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the gallery, not for distribution on electronic media.
Okay. I have no idea what happened to the audio. All right, how is it going today? What do y'all think about it so far in the chat? I think this is a lot better. I can kind of understand why they were fighting to get this out of there and delay his testimony, because this is pretty serious. All right, yeah, at least it's moving forward. Yep, we're getting there. I think this is definitely a slam dunk. Yeah, this is way better than yesterday. yesterday had us on the struggle bus. We were struggling yesterday. So another thing I noticed is that they use Cellbrite, which is a means that they use to extract text messages and information off your phone. So expect Cellbrite to get to be prosecuted for sure. Defense is going to go against Cellbrite for sure. Same thing if they use GPS on the phone. They're going to do the same thing. Thank you, Christelle. I appreciate the 5 supporting the work. Thank you so much, friend. Appreciate you. All right, we're making progress. I don't know what they're talking about, though.
I see.
All right, now we're back.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a handwritten note or letter from Tyler to Lance.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview with FBI, he tells them about this letter or note he found under Tyler's keyboard per a text message he received. He states from 11 p.m. on September 10th. And so at that point, Lance finds this is the letter he finds under that keyboard.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Twiggs gets a text from Mr. Robinson around 11 p.m. on September 10th, telling him to look under his keyboard.
Yes, correct.
And this is what Mr. Twiggs represented was underneath the keyboard.
Yes, yes.
How did law enforcement get this photograph?
So following Lance's first interview at St. George PD. His phone is recovered at that point, taken into evidence. It is downloaded, I believe it was the following day or shortly after that. The FBI transported that phone to the RCFL, which is the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City. The phone was downloaded through Celebrite, and after that, following that download was complete, SBI received a flash drive containing that download. From there, it went to a SIAC analyst to go through that data of his phone to look for any pertinent evidence or information that may be on there. And at that point, that this image of this letter was located.
All right, I'm going to break down a few things. You mentioned, I just want to make sure the record's clear. You mentioned Celebrite a few times. What is Celebrite?
It's a downloading software that's commonly used by law enforcement. I don't do that myself, but it's commonly used to recover data, to download electronic devices, particularly cell phones.
And then you mentioned SIAC. What does that mean?
It's the Statewide Information Analysis Center. It's a division within DPS. That's a fusion center. They assist law enforcement with intelligence, various intelligence information for our investigations.
You mentioned that you don't personally do Celebrite phone extractions. Have you spoken to the law enforcement officers that performed the Celebrite extraction on Mr. Twiggs' phone in this case?
I don't believe I specifically talked to those individuals, the RCFL, that did that. But they, yeah, that was then provided to SBI.
Did you speak with officers at SBI that have recovered this photo that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.3?
Yes, I have spoken with the SIAC analyst who in particular found this image. I've spoken to her personally as well.
Was Mr. Twiggs shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16.3 during his second interview?
Yes, he was.
And again, you were present for that?
Yes, I was there.
Is Exhibit 16.3 a fair and accurate representation of the photo law enforcement obtained from Mr. Twiggs' phone and that he was subsequently shown in the second interview?
Yes, it's fair and accurate.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit Exhibit 16.3 and then also publish pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Just noting the objections that have previously been made, and I think that the court's order is that it may be published in the courtroom only.
Thank you. Noting the standing objection by defense, 16.3, correct?
Correct.
Is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the courtroom and not be shown or videoed.
All right, so we're just waiting. They're doing some graphic content. So we will see where they end up next. Where are we going next, people? All right, we got Judge Graff.
I do.
What is it?
There we go.
These are the images that the FBI released to the public. It would have been on September 11th when those were released. And this was, yeah, those were those images that went public of the suspected EVU shooting suspect.
How do you know that?
I've viewed the FBI's website, and I recall seeing these images released on September 11th.
Does States Exhibit 16.4, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you reviewed from the FBI and that the FBI released?
Yes, it is.
The state moves to admit Exhibit 16.4 and publish according to court order.
Mr. Novak.
No further objections, thank you.
All right, noting the standing objection by defense, overruling that objection, States Exhibit 16.4 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom.
And again, in the Discord,
All right. Sensitive information. Man, are they still talking about how she grieves? Man, people are tired. Yeah, people are tired. Got super tired. Go take a nap. No, we're not gonna see it, Raven. But I mean, this is way better than yesterday, for sure. All right, so this is very interesting. Okay, so we are waiting because they have graphic content, can't hear it, which is fine. We'll just be patient. Man, I'm gonna see if I can move this forward some. I don't think so. Yeah, it's on. It's caught up, so there's nothing I can do. Can't even speed it up. It is what it is. Yeah, everyone in court can. That's great. He probably is thinking about his bonsai tree. Y'all are crazy, man. All right, so we are just waiting to see where they end up going. At the current moment, we are just holding fast. It's doing better though. It is doing better, and this is definitely more interesting than yesterday for sure. So I'm gonna rock with that. Because it's way better. Yesterday was like a slog. This one at least is picking up. All right, so it looks like it might be worse, absolutely. Hey, by the way, thank you very much, Vanessa. At least the defense isn't arguing anymore, and we're actually hearing a witness, which is a good point, because that was sad. Like, this dude was literally on the stand yesterday, and it was like at 1 o'clock. I think that's when he got up there, and by 2 o'clock, we were arguing about whether or not they're going to play all the music. Play all the video or not. That was crazy. But we're here now, so let's keep it moving. Let's go. I wish they would let us know what they're talking about, though. Johnny, I don't know what it is. There's some kind of graphic content they don't want us hearing. Judge looks so tired. I'm feeling him. I'm right there with him. Like, just get it over. Let's go. So I want to just, earlier I played that clip of that actress. Here, I'm just going to, because they're not doing anything. Okay, earlier I played that clip of that actress talking about how we care about black babies and black children being killed, right? Here she is talking about, I just want y'all to hear. This is a very quick segment. Here we go.
I talk about everything in my memoir, The Mother Black Hollywood, everything from my addictions to molestations, abortions, childhood abuse. There's no shame in my game. Yeah, bitch, it happened. I slept with 63 men. Now that was fabulous. But I talk about every.
So she could talk about that, but she doesn't talk about children, the children that are harmed by that, which is crazy work. All right, they're back now, so let's bring this back in. Sorry about that.
Into evidence for full consideration by this court, and so that is received. As it relates to publication and taking in consideration the argument by Mr. Novak, well, first noting the objection, the standing objections by defense, that is overruled as it relates to the admission to 5.1. But going to the publication, the court understands the argument made by defense that this is going toward perhaps religion, and that the enhancement, and let me just read that from the information, victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression, and that was also noted as an enhancement for count 2 and count 7. The court is not going to engage, the court can weigh how this is applied, but it finds it relevant, how it relates to the enhancement is for the court to weigh as it looks at the bind-over decision, and it's not engaging in that decision-making today, but finds that it is relevant, it is admissible to the court, and is publishable to the gallery as well as to the public. And so if the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 5.1, it may do so at this time.
Thank you. Yes, we do. And Kimberly, I don't know if we want to use the same kind of slow scrolling. Thank you.
I wonder why they're showing it. It's really, I mean, it's difficult to see. I don't know what the purpose of seeing that is. I saw that guy too.
All right, I believe that should be sufficient. And Agent Davis, I apologize. I'm going to take you very briefly back to State's Exhibit 16.1, which is the text thread between Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs. Kimberly, if you could turn to page 17. And because this has already been admitted and, court, correct me if I'm wrong, published not only to the gallery but to cameras at large, I'd ask that it be displayed in that fashion again.
All right. Any input from any other party on that request? No. All right, thank you. It may be published, and the media may pick this up as well.
Agent Davis, if I can direct you to the very last message on that page, starting with "if any," if you could read that out loud.
Okay. This is Tyler. He says, if any police ask you questions, sorry, let me start over. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. My lawyer should be Doug Terry. I'll see if he can reach out to you and make sure the police follow.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need from that exhibit. And then finally, Agent Davis, you testified before that you flew down to Washington County Sheriff's Office and observed Tyler Robinson there, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
You got his name there?
Yes.
You stated that you transported or assisted transporting him up to Utah County Jail,
Yes,
and that you were the booking officer.
that's correct.
Do you recognize Tyler Robinson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could point him out and briefly describe something that he's wearing.
He's the individual seated at the defendant's table in the center chair with a gray suit coat and a green tie.
Your Honor, if record could reflect identification of the defendant.
Counsel? No. All right. I'll note for the purposes of this hearing only that Agent Davis has identified Mr. Robinson in court. Thank you.
And Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
Girl, you don't need no more moments. We ready to go.
Ready to pass the witness, thank you. And I don't know if now would be a good time for lunch.
All right.
Oh, well, okay, lunch is fine.
We'll go ahead and break right now for lunch for 1 hour, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Let's come back at 1:30. We'll resume. We'll pick up with defense for a cross-examination if they choose for Agent Davis. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we go on our lunch break?
Whew.
No cross-examination for Agent Davis, so I don't want him to wait here if he has other things to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
That's interesting.
No cross-examination. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right, Agent Davis, you may step down, and then we'll
Very
resume with the
interesting.
state on their next witness. Court is now in recess.
The court is in recess. Y'all check. Can y'all check on Novak? Can we do like a Novak check? Is he feeling okay? After all of that, Novak didn't want to ask any questions? Are y'all okay? I thought that was probably the most damning conversation that they've had so far. I just knew he was going to want to talk to him. Jason, can you read the... Okay, hold on. Y'all and this doggone X, y'all going to make me keep going over here to X. I told y'all X Trump... Look. What the heck? Let me show you what I saw when I came to X. This is what I saw. I don't even know what the conversation is. That's what I saw. Working on a supercut of all of Candace's lies and things that have been wrong surrounding. Oh, I need to call him then. I need to reach out to Nathan. Anyone who has had misfortune of watching Candace and has been paying attention to the preliminary hearing, please drop examples below or DM me. Oh, I'm going to reach out to him for sure. That's what I ran into. See, y'all traumatizing me with X. X is crazy work, y'all. Okay. He said, what did he say? Read the last quote from Candace. Okay. Oh, mercy. I got to pray, man. I got to pray before I open it up because I don't know what it is. All right. Is 4 hours ago? She just posted something 4 hours ago. Is that what you're talking about? Ay. Okay, 4 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. Yo, what are you doing to me, man? Who is this? Ruben, man, if I'm traumatized by this, it's your fault. If I'm over here in the corner twitching because it traumatized me, I'm blaming you and I'm sending you my therapist bill. Hello to everyone who has just begun to pay attention to this trial. Okay? Just begun to pay attention to this trial. Some of us have been reading and covering the extensive court filings for months leading up to this trial hearing, and we therefore already knew this offensive hearsay video from Lance Twiggs was going to be played today. None of this is shocking or new to people who can read. The scandal was that the judge ruled the defense could not vet the alleged text messages, Discord messages, or cross-examine Lance in this hearing. So what are we watching? A highly likely federal assisted deliver an entirely unvetted narrative for the sole purpose of paid influencers then creating videos to pretend his testimony is overwhelmingly and shocking. Enjoy the early show trial. Lance, in my view, and in the view of most rational people who have been following, I don't know why she includes herself in the rational, that's crazy work, is the FBI co-conspirator who helped to set Tyler Robinson up accordingly. He has been protected since day one. Need more information? Try reading the court filings. All right, so is that the comment you wanted me to read? This woman is insane. Candace is utterly Unhinged. No, it's posted 2 minutes ago. Ah, there's more? Ay, what are you doing, man? Ah, he said 2 minutes ago. Ah, there's something a minute ago. Ay. This would be like me sitting down and testifying that Andrew Colvett told me he killed Charlie by his rigging his microphone while the judge rules no one can cross-examine me, and I don't have to submit my evidence to the defense to be vetted for accuracy. That is so wild that she's talking like that. That is so wild. That's all she does is give unvetted information. The fact that she's over here mad about accuracy and being vetted is going to have to be studied by science. And I don't even have to show up to the hearing because it's unnecessary at this stage. Literal hearsay because they have yet to produce any evidence. That is wild. This sentence right here is absolutely bonkers. What'd I do? No, Andrew did not tell me he killed Charlie by rigging his mic. The woman is insane, yo. Hey, I appreciate you, Yo-Yo, for real. This is absolutely incredible. Oh, that was it? Okay. Yeah, I don't want to read any more Candace's stuff. I really don't. I don't find any joy in reading anything that she talks about. It really is it's just silliness at this point. Like, Candace, go sit down. I thought you were on vacation. Go be on vacation. Go vacate. Go be on vacation. Did Dana Lash do anything else yesterday? Ooh, look at, y'all got me over here on X. Why y'all doing this to me? Lisa knows. Candace Owens lied to you. It's time to wake up and come to terms with the fact that you were taken advantage of. It was never about truth, facts, or evidence. When she comes back from vacation, she should be met with crickets on her live stream. She doesn't deserve anyone's time or attention any longer. I agree with Lisa. I agree. Right. I don't know what kind of vacation she's on. Go vacate. Just go be on vacation. Just go. Why are you over here? But see, I personally, I've said this before, I believe that she scheduled this vacation. She's not really on vacation. That's what I think. She's not really on vacation. She's at home. She's just not streaming. And she's watching this because she's tweeting it. And she knows that if she did a show, she would be called on the carpet about all this foolishness. So she's going to not be on stream this week. She probably is not going to come next week so that all this stuff will die down. And then when she comes back, she doesn't have so much to deal with. That's what I think. It just doesn't make sense. Because she's been on 6 vacations since Charlie Kirk died. She's been almost one every month or one trip every month. Like, there's no reason for it. That's it. I'm getting out of X. I'm logging out of X, y'all. Y'all are not tricking me to sit over here on X and deal with this craziness over here. Elon, fix Twitter. It is broken. It is crazy over here. 3 o'clock, I got to take my daughter to work. I'm looking through, making sure I'm not missing anything. All right, let us get what What are the chances George is taking another beating because of this? Very much so. Very possible. Very possible. One second. Everybody who is raising teenagers into becoming responsible adults, God bless you. That's all I can say. Just God bless you. It is a joy to watch them grow up and become adults. I'm just going to say that again. It is a joy. It's stressing me though. It'd be stressing me out a little bit, but I'm glad to walk alongside them and help them get to this place where I can push them out the nest and lock the door. That's what I'm looking forward to. Do y'all want to watch? There is a clip of Lance Twiggs' interview. Did anybody miss that? in the chat. Raise your hand if you missed it in the chat. There is a video of it. It's about, looks like 20 minutes, but it's just that whole segment of the interview. I'm sure they probably got the little blank spaces in it too. They don't look like they cut those out. No, they're still here. Do y'all want to see that? You have one teenager and 4 kids. Right. There's something else, man. It's stressful, man. It'd be stressing me out. It's the one that they just did. Yeah. If you missed it, East Idaho News has it listed on their website. And I was going to just drop it in. We were going to watch it real quick because I want to hear a little bit more. I want to hear it again. Just kind of pay attention. The only card left for the defense to play is right now is the call Candace and let her testify. Testify of what though? Like she has no bearing in it. I know what you're saying. I think that's hilarious. Okay, yeah. Let me pull this in real quick. I thought this was interesting. I mean, he makes a lot of damning claims. I totally understand why the defense was fighting to get this out of there. Now, I don't know why he's not in court testifying, but hey, we'll take what we get. All right, here we go.
First, we're going to cover
Green
some of
hearts
the
in the
things
chat when you can hear my good people.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. You understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
That potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay. And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone?
No,
Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we've got it recorded. Okay, so, again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. They're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you know what? I'll mute my mic. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right. Is that mic on?
Yes.
Okay, great. All All right, okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Into September 10th. Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
you're right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you.
Okay, so somebody said that Officer Tatum is giving an interview, but I don't know what channel he's on. I'm looking at it, but I don't know what channel it is. Does anybody know what channel he's actually on? Because I'm here, I'm watching it, but I don't know who these people are. Because he's been talking for a minute. If you know, let me know what it is, and I'll pull it in. Otherwise, we're gonna finish watching Lance Twiggs' interview or testimony, and if I find it, I'll pull it in afterwards after we get done with Lance Twiggs. So either way, hopefully I'll pull it in. All right, pull this in. Let's go.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
This is one of those segments where they cut it out. If you're just popping in, they cut it out so that there was something that he said that they didn't want shared, and they agreed to cut it out. So they cut the audio and the video.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where Dremel was, and I told him to make sure he doesn't like set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember, because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Okay. Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September
Thank you, Mike.
10th.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
This is basically the debunk show. That's a great point.
Yeah, that was the server, like his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally. Who are these people? Members of
This is his friend group. They play D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Ready to go to the next page?
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
And so Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server?
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, like DM means Dungeon Master. So these are like, most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages. Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting?
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said,
Just in case anybody's just jumping in and you're wondering why are we looking at the video, but sometimes the video goes blank. Sometimes you hear them, but the screen is blank. Remember yesterday they were doing all that horse trading about so many seconds of a video and how much they were going to play. Well, this is the infamous video, and they've chopped out segments that, for whatever reason, because of evidence that hasn't been authenticated yet or whatever like that, they've removed that from it. So that's what we're watching right here. This is Lance Twiggs right here, the guy with the long hair. And of course, this is the attorney that's asking those questions. So that's what this is, just in case people were jumping in wondering like, what's going on? Because it is kind of weird if you didn't know what was going on. So shout out. Thank you so much. Let's go. Oh, and Court is on lunch break, by the way.
come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home?
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. He started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
okay,
but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a full friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Okay, so before that you have been?
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything. The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our, like, our apartment, we had a section where we kept all our, like, random tools for household stuff, in our, like, lower basement level pantry. So, yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 1102 purposes.
All right, that concludes state.
All right, love you, girl.
Love you too.
Bye. All right. Yeah, y'all heard me talking to my wife. Yep. Y'all heard me talking to my girl. Anyway, hopefully y'all are doing all right. All right, so that was the end of the Lance Twiggs. I want to say interview. What do we call it? Interrogation? I guess it's an interview. I don't know. That's a good question too. I thought he was. I don't know. Man. There's just too many. There's just too many moving pieces in this court. There's just deposition. There we go. That's it. Thank you, Ruben. You back on my good list now, brother, because you had me over there looking at doggone X, traumatizing myself. So now you back on my good side. All right. I don't know where Brandon Tatum was. I know he was talking to some news outlet. I don't know which one it was though. So shout out to that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank y'all so much. So I was trying to see if I could find where Brandon Tatum was, and I can't see. He was saying something, but it is what it is. So shout out to Brandon Tatum. Let's jump back over here and see what. It looks like Andrea is watering the plants as well. So she said, I think they're going to be back at 3:15, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they're going to be back at 3:15. Y'all are wild. Well, thank you so much. All right, let's see. At the current moment, it looks like everywhere that I was looking is on a break, which is, I guess, good. I'm going to look over on AP one more time. And they are just outside hanging out, I guess, hoping to find somebody. So that's what they're doing over at AP. They're just like, look, we just want to catch somebody. Can somebody come out and talk to us? I'm going to go see what Graham is up to. I know some people said Graham was doing, I don't know, is Graham doing like a live? Or is he, yeah, it doesn't look like he's doing a live. It looks like he did tap in though. Let's see what Graham was talking about.
The point of the trial where I told Todd this morning, tired today, and not just tired in like the physical sense, but just it's a lot. I mean, it just is. It's been a lot, but now it's really starting to become a lot, and it's just
it's been a lot.
Anyway, what we want is justice for Charlie. That's it. That's what we want.
Thanks.
And this is the snail's pace, meticulous process, as we're reminded every day in the court, to protect the constitutional rights of both the victim, which is Erica in this, because obviously Charlie is not here, and the defendant. And, and that's hard. It is. It's hard. It's hard to...
I'm waiting for it to come downstairs.
Yes, you have to honor our judicial system and how this works. Charlie believed in it. I believe in it. Is it a much different thing? And I can't speak for Erica, but I can only imagine it's times by 1,000,000 what she feels as to what I feel. Is it hard to listen to the court that technically the victim in this case, they're more narrow in what they can do because it's really all about the defendant.
Defendant, yeah.
Protecting the defendant. Like the defendant has more of the priority in this because the defendant is the one on trial. Is it hard to hear that? Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to hear that. It's really hard to accept that. Ultimately, do I still believe that justice is going to come for Charlie? I do believe that. But is that, and I'm only speaking as myself, is that hard to hear when it's actually going on? Yeah, it is. It's hard. You know, you want to scream at the top of your lungs. What about the freaking person who was murdered? What about that? What about their constitution? Oh, they don't have any because they're dead, because they were murdered. Do you want to get up and scream? Yes, you do. Is it so difficult because there are people in there that hate us, hate me, hate Erica, and they snuck in because members of the public can get in, and are they Canaanites and all this other kind of stuff? Yes, they are. And they're just smiling at us, loving the fact that they're looking dead at us the entire time. And then you see Tyler Robinson lean over to his defense, and his defense just laughing and chuckling and having a good time and all this stuff. Is that hard? This has nothing to do with actual analysis, and I'll get into that in a minute. I just want to be honest with you guys. And none of this matters in a court of law. None of it matters in a court of law. But it is hard. It is hard to deal with. Go ahead, Todd.
I don't know you guys, and that's why my ass is in Alabama. I don't know how you guys are doing it, especially Charlie's parents, sitting there and seeing this kid turn to his attorney and just some of the stuff that me and you have talked about offline yesterday and today. You guys have the patience of the monk, because Todd would be in prison right now. I don't know how anybody hasn't jumped over that rail and just sucked the soul right out of that kid's body. And I know that's, Todd, it's the justice. He deserves a fair trial. Well, Charlie didn't get a fair trial. So.
Well, again, and I want to be very clear. Charlie believed in our judicial system. I believe in it as well. This is the process, the actual justice. It's not commentary by people who actually produce no evidence. It's not screaming at the rooftops by people who don't understand a single thing about the evidence that is being presented. And there is a difference in the trial we're in right now. There just is. There's a difference in this pretrial, which is to establish probable cause. So all of the mounting evidence that is being given in this pretrial is not even the cusp of all of it, because they don't need all of it to establish probable cause to bind this over into a trial. They just don't. They don't need it. So again, you have a lot of bad actors and or idiots commentating that this is all they've got, which even what they've put so far is damning evidence against Tyler Robinson. But no, it's not all they've got. No, it's not everything. The DNA reports and all this stuff, the actual full experts in every degree that they have, they're not there right now because this isn't actually the trial. Lance Twiggs is not there in person right now because this isn't actually the trial. This is the pretrial. That normally does not happen. Normally the pretrial is like, hey, skip the pretrial. Let's go straight into our plea, guilty, not guilty. Let's set a court date and let's start getting ready for actual court. That's not what happened here. And that's not what the defense wanted to do. So again, you've got bad faith commentators, online journalists, which are always wrong. You've got online lawyers, which the reason they're online lawyers is because they couldn't be good lawyers in real life. There's a reason. This is a pretrial. It's a pretrial. And they're treating it like this is the actual trial. Oh my gosh, this is hearsay. What the heck's going on? In Utah, the state of Utah, in a pretrial, hearsay is admissible in the pretrial to establish probable cause. This isn't hard. It's really not hard. It's really not difficult to understand. And that's not emotional. That's matter of fact. This is a pretrial.
It's difficult when you don't want to understand.
Let's play this clip from Chanley Painter from Fox News. this morning, and then I'll get into, what it was like inside yesterday, what we're looking forward to today. Chanley Painter was in the courtroom. She was behind me, probably 3 people over. So she was in there. This was done just, I don't know, maybe 35, 40 minutes ago. We'll play a good little bit of this. Todd, let's just let it go.
Okay.
Finally going to hear it, at least. We will not see it publicly on the live stream. That was the ruling as of late yesterday from the judge. That could even be modified again this morning when court gets underway in a couple of hours here in Utah. We shall see. But what the judge did rule, and it took all afternoon, guys, with the defense objecting on multiple grounds to keep this out of the public viewing. The priority of the prosecutors, who didn't really fight back a lot, or as much as I would have liked to have seen them in the courtroom, their goal ultimately is the judge seeing everything, because the judge is the one making the probable cause decision. As far as whether or not you and I see it or the public sees it, they deferred that to the judge. So ultimately, the defense was able to run and make all of their arguments yesterday. Ultimately, the judge redacted about 17 minutes of this 37-minute interview. And again, if you're not inside the courtroom, you may not even see the video at all. So that is going to be happening today. That was against the wishes of the Kirk family. Erica Kirk in the courtroom cued her attorney to go up and advocate for transparency and for this to be open to the public, all of this. But again, that was unsuccessful.
All right, good people. All right, I've got to run my daughter to work. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this. I won't make it back in time. I agree with Graham. I thought this was very interesting. I want to hear what he had to say, but I do need to take Chief Executive Secondborn to work. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop in. I'm going to jump into Andrea's stream. That way, if she pops in, at least you'll have something going on. I'm not going to be gone long, so probably about 20 minutes. Where's my co-host? I don't know. I need to work on that. I got to work on that, Ruben. I got to get better at that. It's something we got to do in the background anyway, to get a co-host so they can pop in and such like that. But I'm gonna add Andrea to it. So everybody go grab some lunch, get something to drink, take a restroom break, go walk the dog, go get some grass, touch some grass. Not go get some grass. Go touch some grass, and I'll be right back. All right. I apologize about that. I was thinking she said 3:30, but she said 3:15. Anyway, let's get out of here, good people. I'll see you in a second.
and attention on this case this week. Need to be able to obsess about it in a more relaxed fashion. Oh, let's get back to your conversation, guys. Animals over human. If this goes to trial, will you consider attending? Pretty sure he will plea, and if so, will you consider attending Luigi? Thanks to you and JB and Mods. Well, I really wasn't considering it before because I'm like, well, we got the live stream. Now I got to think about it. So I'm going to think about it. If the trial happens, it is going to be a long, long ways down the road. So it's not something that we have to be immediately concerned about. I have already thought about Luigi, and the issue with Luigi is you're going to really need a press pass to be able to get in. And so I've looked into that, and I know there's like all this thing about how easy it is to get the press passes and stuff, but they do actually have some minimum qualifications relating to in-person coverage of events in New York City. You have to have like 5 days worth of in-person coverage of events in New York City. And so I don't have that. I went back for the suppression hearing. So I think I can fairly argue I have 2 days of coverage from New York. But otherwise, all of my coverage has been of the file that resides in New York that is otherwise, you know, available, but it's not in person. So I don't know. I can try to get the press pass, but basically without that, it's a no-go. You know, it's a no-go. I did the sleep on the street thing last time. Hanging out to try to get into the courtroom from the public line, and that's not going to be a viable way to cover what they're expecting to be a 6-week trial, you know. And so, but I would like to. I'd very much like to, because yeah, we're not going to have the cameras in that one. The one is in federal court, no cameras there. Other ones in state court could have cameras, but so far at least, you know, other than like the arraignment or first appearance, I forget, one of the hearings, we got to see some camera, but that's like been it. So don't know that we're going to get that kind of access. That's what I'm still crossing my fingers for, is that the judge will see the light, let the trial be televised, and then we'll all be able to watch it together, which is really the way it should be in every courtroom in America, as far as I'm concerned. If you could watch the court all day, every day, you know, every courthouse in the country, broadcast CNN style, wouldn't be such a big deal that court's being broadcast, would it? It would be the most normal thing in the world, and there would be nothing to get excited about. This is my hashtag, normalize cameras in court. Blessed Mom from Texas. Apologies for saying what I did. I just never heard it. You don't have to apologize. And I'm sorry for being sharp with my response. I wasn't really trying to like yell at you or anything. I just wanted to respond, and I have to be quick because I don't always know like how long the silence is going to last and stuff. So no hard feelings at all. I just never heard it, but we all saw what we did today. I've been a supporter of yours for years. I would never disrespect you. Also, I'm no CO Colt, Justice for CK. We are good. Blessed Mom. I appreciate that. Please forgive me as well for the tone that I did. I did not mean to convey anything personally about you at all. There's maybe a little more frustration about this case than in many others. I think the last time I've seen this degree of reality denial about a case was Depp v. Heard from the Amber Heard supporters, you know. And that was super gaslighty. That was super gaslighty, you know, pretending like we can't hear with our own ears what's going on in those audio recordings by the person claiming to be the representative for survivors of domestic violence. It was disgusting and gross. And so My apologies if that that spilled over. I didn't mean it. Thank you for your magnanimity. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate having you here. Aurora Aura 3350. I'll buy your favorite pens and paper. I don't think he knows how fast you write and how late you'll stream when you're dedicated to a cause. It's my Uniball Vision Elite. I prefer the bold tip. I like the blue black. There's a blue, there's a black, and there's a blue black. This is just my particular preference. But paper, I'm pretty flexible. I'll just use whatever's available. But that's a very kind offer. If I were to attend in person, yes, no question, I would go through lots of pens and pads. I'm already on my third pen. As I said, I'm on my fourth legal pad. Although yesterday, in fairness, I of course only used half a legal pad. But yeah, I do. I take a lot of notes. I really do try to catch as much as I can. So that's just the cost of trying to be thorough. Thank you for your kind offer, Aurora. Evil Revelations. The only odd thing is the text looks scripted to create plausible deniability for Twiggs. Beyond that, the evidence against him is massive. I mean, here's the thing. I feel like the possibility that Lance knew ahead of time is something that you can never disprove that. You can never disprove that. Because what's to say, they didn't just have in-person conversations and talk it all out, leave no trace that would be found. You can't ever rule that out. It's just the problem is not seeing a lot of evidence that did happen. Evidence would be some kind of coordination between them, texts, buying ammunition, alerting him to Charlie Kirk's presence. You're never going to be able to disprove that any of this stuff didn't happen verbally, but you can't prove that it did happen either unless it's in some kind of written format. So I understand the suspicion. I have been inclined towards it myself, but as we sit here right now, I'm not going to accuse him of it because for my personal comfort level of accusing somebody of something, there's not evidence. I agree. I agree. I understand. I don't personally have a real problem with the text. Yeah, I think that's a possible interpretation, but it's not a necessary interpretation to me. So it certainly supports suspicion, I think, but not proof. Not proof. That's just me. Your mileage may vary. Austin Bratton 9973. We need more of Tyler's facial reactions. I will say I'm okay with not having more of that. I really am okay with not having more of that for a whole variety of reasons. While in this particular case, it does seem like we don't have a particularly publicity-hungry defendant. That definitely isn't always the case, and that's not always going to be the case for high-profile crimes. There's a reason why high-profile people are targeted, and a lot of time it's related to the attention that the shooter wants. And so we don't want to give them that. We don't want to feed that. And so that might not be the case in this particular situation as far as we've seen, but just for general purposes, as a general matter, I'd rather the rule be more in favor of let's not give the guy the podium, so to speak. Then there is the defense attorney side of me. Says, that does get to be problematic. It does get to be problematic because, yeah, then you do get the screenshots and the selective, depictions of him and then the characterizing of it, the body language stuff. But mainly it becomes the 2-minute hate. It's just a reason for the 2-minute hate. And I certainly understand people feel that way, and I'm not going to say anybody's not entitled to feel that way at all. But I don't think that's necessarily consistent with this process, with the court. The whole reason we have the court is to take the moral high ground, to be better than the people that we are prosecuting. And so the hate is just not real consistent with that for me. Just think it's better, as dispassionate as we can be. Obviously, I'm not personally affected by any of this, so that's, my perspective of it from that kind of outside observer. This is making no statement whatsoever about the people who are grieving seriously, sincerely devastated people. I am the absolute last person who's going to tell them what to feel or not to feel. Bass player 2011 IFY. I don't think drop spot is significant. To me, it sounds like Tyler being dramatic. That text exchange belongs in a Shakespeare play. It does sound kind of dramatic, doesn't it? What the takeaway that I got from it when I read it the first time, and definitely then when we got the part about, I'd hoped that I could take this to my grave, is the delusions of heroism. Right? This delusion that he's doing this thing and he's going to carry the burden of having done that and keep it from everybody. It's like the Clark Kent, going to go do the Superman act, but like never take credit for it, nothing, bear the burden of secrecy and stuff like that. That's what I got, was the heroism delusion. It's going to be all kinds of different interpretations of it, I'm sure. But the drop spot, I think, was just, this was just his idea of kind of how to, because he was going to need to be concealed, change the clothes, get the gun out and stuff like that. And so the wooded area away from the cameras makes sense. Didn't want to just take the gun, even wrapped in the towel, right back to the car in the parking garage. If he suspects there's cameras in there. Have to think he's at least smart enough to suspect there's cameras in there. I don't know, though. It's kind of hard to say at this point. And if he thinks the rifle was the only evidence he left at the scene while he took his phone, he's not a sophisticated criminal planner. That's for sure. Harbinger of imminent death. Basic cue, but why are we here? Is the main point of this hearing PC? This seems like significant overkill if the point is PC. The point is PC. And, I mean, maybe, but they're going to err on the side of showing too much rather than not showing enough, right? If they don't show enough, then we have a problem with the charges going forward. So any error is going to be on the side of overkill, and that's normal and understandable. I feel like at this point, I don't think, we're seeing some movement in the courtroom. Personally, I don't see it as overkill yet. I think this was necessary to connect all of the pieces, because so far we didn't have the connection between Tyler, the person that we see on the FBI stuff, sender of the texts, so on and so forth, the confession, that music is going to super distract me. then there's also, of course, the other things they have to prove. It isn't just the aggravated murder charge. They've got the enhancements, but they also have the other charges, the, witness tampering and so forth, the obstruction, the destruction of evidence and things like that. So Lance's evidence was necessary for that. So I don't think we're really at an overkill point yet. I think if we were continuing to now just reiterate all the things that we've already heard, here's the, here's the text, here's the, the Celebrite extraction, here's the Discord subpoena, here's testimony from the parents. It's like there's.
But it's back in session, noting the presence of counsel and all parties. We left off with Agent Davis being excused from the stand, no cross-examination, and turning to the state. Are you ready to proceed?
State Call Sergeant Jennifer Falmuina.
All right, Sergeant, if you wouldn't mind coming forward and being brought into the courtroom.
Couldn't hear, but I think it's Falmuina. Anyway, so far there's nothing that's been duplicative. There's no corroboration of what we've already heard. That I think would be cumulative. But I personally don't see us being there yet. Pretty sure I'm going to go out on a limb.
Right, Sergeant, if you'd like to come forward, you're still under oath.
Yeah.
From your previous testimony from the previous day. So if you'd just like to come up to the witness stand, be seated to your left. Behind the monitor should be a bottle of water. After you're situated, if you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone toward you to ensure that the audio is picked up. Mr. McBride, your witness.
Sergeant Falmuina, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We briefly covered some of your involvement in this case the other day. I want to return back to your initial assignment to this case. When were you first assigned to go to the campus of Utah Valley University?
On September 10th of 2025.
What time did you get that assignment?
I believe it was approximately 1:30 p.m.
And where were you when you received that assignment?
I was at a headquarters office in Salt Lake.
And did you go directly down to the campus?
Yes, I did.
And will you describe what you're seeing as you arrived there?
Yes, when I arrived there, I actually arrived onto or near the south end of campus, and that's where I saw multiple police cars as well as multiple officers from various agencies. Then I was asked to respond to our command post, which was in the Fugal building there.
And the Fugal building, we've had some testimony about this, but is that just to the south of the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
And were you there while officers were securing campus?
Yes, I was.
And do you know generally how that was done?
I don't know the specifics, but I do know that officers were canvassing the area, trying to look for a suspect, but also trying to see if anyone else was injured, and then making sure that the scene was secure and that no unauthorized people were allowed in.
And I think you testified earlier. What was your primary assignment?
My primary assignment at the campus, as well as throughout the case, was to oversee the crime scenes as well as the physical evidence.
Before you could do your work on the crime scenes, did the campus have to become secure?
Yes, it did.
And did that involve making sure there was no active shooter on campus?
Yes.
And did that involve officers searching buildings and clearing buildings throughout campus?
Yes.
You mentioned that were there multiple areas that were processed by you and other crime scene analysts in this case?
Yes, there was. Would you like me to go over them?
Let me direct you to a few of them. Well, yes, please mention the scenes.
Yeah, so one scene was a courtyard area, or I guess what we could also refer to as the amphitheater where the event took place. The other scene would have been the Fulton Library, where there were two bus stops, And then another would have been the wooded area. And then the last one would have been the Lolosi Center, the building as well as the ground below.
All right, let's start with the rooftop. What was who was assigned to process the rooftop area?
The team that was assigned to process that was the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, or also known as our state crime lab.
And generally, what does processing an area involve?
Processing includes documentation, sketching, as well as taking photographs, marking, as well as labeling